Tonight, you'll hear a true American-style story where a quiet 911 call turns into a nightmare across highways, motels, and hidden shadows. A husband vanishes, a wife becomes the target, and fear becomes a weapon. Listen slowly and stay with me until the end. In the winter of 2008, a small town in Ohio was wrapped in silence. The kind of silence that comes after heavy snow, when roads look clean but dangerous, and streetlights glow through drifting mist. That night, a 911 operator named Rachel Turner received a call that didn't sound urgent at first. The voice on the line was a man, calm, controlled, almost polite. He gave a highway mile marker and then paused, as if listening to someone else in the car. Rachel asked, "Sir, are you safe?" The man whispered, "Not for long." Then the line went dead. No screams, no crash sound, nothing. Just a quiet click, like someone gently placing a phone down. Rachel stared at her screen, feeling something she couldn't explain. Because real emergencies don't always come with chaos. Sometimes they arrive like a warning.
Rachel followed protocol. She documented the location, flagged the call as suspicious, and dispatched a state trooper. But in rural America, distance is time, and time can change everything. 15 minutes later, Trooper Daniel Hayes arrived at the mile marker. He found snow-covered shoulder tracks and a fresh set of tire marks that didn't belong to passing traffic. A faint smear in the snow looked like something had been dragged, or maybe someone had fallen. No car, no people, no signs of a crash. Just a lonely stretch of highway and the steady wind pushing white flakes across the road. Daniel radioed for backup. In many parts of the United States, these quiet highways connect towns like veins. People drive them every day for work, for family, for freedom. And sometimes they disappear on them without witnesses. The night felt too clean, like it was hiding something.
At dawn, the local news station ran a quick update. Ohio State Patrol investigating a suspicious 911 call. It wasn't enough to scare anyone, not yet. But in a nearby apartment complex, a woman named Melissa Carter watched the TV while holding a mug of coffee she never drank. She hadn't slept. Her husband, Eric, didn't come home. Eric was not the kind of man who disappeared. He worked construction, kept his phone charged, and always texted "on my way" before driving back. Last night, she got nothing. No text, no call, no excuses. She checked their joint bank account. No unusual charges. Then she noticed something stranger. His last location, visible through a family phone-sharing app, showed a pin dropped right near the same highway mile marker mentioned on the news. Melissa's hands began to shake, because suddenly that suspicious call wasn't a story. It was her life. Police interviews began the same way they always do in America. Calm voices, careful questions, paperwork that feels too normal for something terrifying. Melissa sat across from Detective Aaron Blake and answered everything. What time Eric left work, his route home, whether he had enemies, whether he used drugs, whether he ever talked about running away. Melissa kept saying, "No, no, no," and she meant it. Eric had plans, a car payment, a project deadline, a half-built bookshelf in the living room. People don't abandon unfinished shelves when they're happy. The detective nodded, but Melissa could see something behind his eyes, uncertainty. Because missing adult cases in the U.S. don't always move fast. If there's no blood, no ransom, no clear crime, the system often hesitates, waiting for proof that something truly happened. But Melissa didn't need proof. She could feel it. Something had taken Eric off that road.
3 days later, a truck driver reported something unusual near an abandoned rest area. A phone, cracked and half buried in ice. It was Eric's. The screen was shattered, but the battery still held a weak charge. Investigators recovered one final outgoing call logged at 11:48 p.m. to 911. Rachel, the operator, was asked to listen to the recording again. This time, she noticed details she missed before. Behind the man's calm voice, there was a second sound, a faint tapping like fingernails against glass, and a low rumble like an engine idling close by. Then a short breath, almost a sob, before he said, "Not for long." Detective Aaron stared at the waveform on his computer screen. In America, every sound can become evidence. Every second can turn into a timeline. And this timeline pointed to one terrifying possibility. Eric didn't vanish by accident. He was taken. On the 4th day, the search expanded. A canine unit walked the snowy roadside, moving slow and deliberate, nose close to the ground. The dog stopped near the rest area fence and started barking sharply. Trooper Hayes knelt down and brushed away a layer of snow. There was a patch of disturbed earth, fresh, uneven, and darker than the surrounding ground. A tire track curved nearby, not matching Eric's vehicle. Melissa stood behind the police tape, watching in silence. She kept her arms crossed, not because she was cold, but because she felt like her body was breaking apart. Detective Blake spoke softly. "We're doing everything we can." But Melissa didn't reply. In America, people trust systems, police, laws, cameras, records. But out here, on a quiet highway, the system felt small, and whatever happened to Eric felt much bigger. By evening, they found something else. Not a body, not a weapon, just a small object that shouldn't have been there. A motel key card. The plastic was scratched, the edges worn, like it had been stepped on. The name printed on it was barely readable, but Detective Blake could make it out under the flashlight. Ridgeway Motor Lodge. It was 30 minutes away, near a town known for cheap rooms and late-night traffic from the interstate. Melissa stared at the key card when the detective showed her. She whispered, "Eric never stays in motels." Detective Blake nodded slowly. That was the point. In the U.S., motels sit right beside highways like shadows. Travelers use them without questions. People pay in cash, check in fast, and disappear by morning. The Ridgeway Motor Lodge wasn't a place for families. It was a place for secrets. And now
Eric's name was tangled inside one. The next morning, detectives walked into the Ridgeway Motor Lodge like they were entering a different world. The lobby smelled of old coffee and cleaning chemicals. A flickering TV played a talk show no one watched. The manager, a tired man with nervous eyes, said he didn't remember Eric. But in a motel, memories can be bought. Detective Blake showed him Eric's photo again. "Look carefully." The manager hesitated, then pointed. "He came in late, alone." "Did he have a car?" The manager shook his head. "No, he walked in from the road." That detail hit like a punch, because Eric didn't walk from highways in the middle of winter. Not unless something had already gone wrong. Police pulled security footage. The camera quality was poor, but it caught enough. Eric entered the lobby at 11:39 p.m. His face looked pale. His hands were shaking. And behind him, just outside the glass door, a dark SUV waited with its headlights off. The footage showed Eric checking in, signing something with a trembling hand. He kept looking over his shoulder. The manager handed him a room key card. Eric didn't smile. He didn't talk. Then he turned, walked out of frame, and disappeared into the hallway. Detective Blake paused the video and zoomed in on the reflection in the lobby window. There it was, barely visible, a man in a hoodie, standing near the SUV, watching the entrance. The man didn't come inside. He didn't move much. He simply waited, patient and silent. Blake felt the room tighten around him. In the United States, surveillance footage is often the difference between a mystery and an answer, but sometimes it only shows how close danger was without showing what happened next. Melissa sat in the station later that day and watched the clip. Her eyes filled with tears. She whispered he was scared, and for the first time, the police had to admit it out loud. Eric hadn't run away. Eric had been hunted.
Detective Blake requested the motel's guest registry for that night. Names, IDs, payment methods. Most guests used cash. Some used prepaid cards. One name stood out, not because it was famous, but because it was wrong. A man checked in under the name Michael Stone. The ID looked legitimate at a glance, but something about the photo felt off. The angles didn't match. The eyes looked edited. Blake sent it to a state database. No match. A fake identity. And Michael Stone stayed in a room directly across from Eric's. The manager said he barely saw him, only once, late at night, walking outside near the vending machines. Melissa asked, "Can you find him?" Blake didn't answer immediately. He knew how America worked. A man without a real name could cross state lines, switch vehicles, throw away phones, disappear into the endless movement of the interstate. But that didn't mean he was invisible. It meant they had to chase him differently. And now the chase had officially begun.
Forensics searched Eric's motel room carefully. The bed was untouched. The lights were off. No food, no suitcase, no jacket. It looked like a room no one ever truly entered. But in the bathroom sink, they found a smear of blood, small, diluted, like someone had tried to wash it away. The lab confirmed it belonged to Eric. Melissa covered her mouth when she heard. She leaned forward like she couldn't breathe. Detective Blake spoke gently. It doesn't mean the worst. But in his head, he was already building the timeline. Eric arrives scared. Eric calls 911. Eric checks into a motel without a car. A fake identity man waits nearby. Blood appears in the room. Then Eric disappears again. In America, people watch crime shows and expect dramatic scenes. But real cases often look like this: quiet evidence, tiny drops, subtle footprints. A life erased softly, as if someone tried to remove a person without making noise. That night, Trooper Hayes drove the highway again, alone. He parked near the rest area and turned off his engine. The world became still. No radio, no headlights, only the faint hum of distant trucks passing like ghosts in the dark. He stared at the snowbanks and thought about how easy it would be to miss something out here. A vehicle pulls over, a door opens, a person steps out, then the road swallows everything. Hayes remembered cases from years ago: missing women, stolen cars, unidentified bodies found months later in forests. The public rarely sees how fragile safety can be when no one is watching. His phone buzzed with a message from Detective Blake. Check traffic cams, possible dark SUV. Hayes started his engine and drove toward the nearest exit ramp camera station. Somewhere out there, a man with a fake name was still moving, and Eric's last trace was fading with every mile. Traffic camera footage isn't like the movies. It's grainy, distant, and frustrating, but it captures patterns. Trooper Hayes sat in a small control office watching hours of highway movement, car after car, headlights cutting through the cold night. Then, at 12:03 a.m., something matched. A dark SUV passed the camera without its front plate visible. It slowed near the Ridgeway exit, then turned off. Minutes later, it returned to the interstate, this time moving faster than the flow of traffic. Hayes rewound again and again. On the third replay, he noticed the rear bumper sticker, faded, half torn. He paused the frame and took a screenshot. The sticker wasn't a brand, it was a symbol. A white circle with a black vertical line through the center. He'd seen it before, not on a car, on a police briefing board years ago, tied to interstate kidnappings in another state. His stomach tightened. If this was connected, then Eric's disappearance wasn't random. It was part of something older and far more dangerous. Detective Blake contacted an FBI liaison. The response wasn't dramatic. It never is. Just a quiet agreement. Send the symbol. Send the footage. Within hours, Blake received a callback. The symbol was linked to an online extremist forum, small, scattered, and hard to track. Some members had criminal histories. Some had police records for harassment and stalking. None were officially connected to kidnapping. But there was a pattern: obsession, control, secrecy. Melissa listened as Blake explained. She asked one question, barely audible. Why Eric? Blake couldn't answer. Sometimes people become targets for reasons they never understand. Wrong place, wrong moment, wrong face, wrong luck. In America, highways give people freedom. They also give criminals distance, speed, and anonymity. Blake looked at Eric's photo on the wall. A normal man, a husband, a worker. Not a fighter, not a criminal. Just someone who drove home one night and vanished into the cold. And now the case was no longer just local. It was spreading outward like a stain. The FBI recommended something Melissa didn't expect: go public. Local police often stay quiet early in investigations, but sometimes publicity becomes a tool. A face on TV, a name on social media, a story that forces people to notice. Melissa hated the idea. She didn't want Eric to become a headline, but she wanted him back more than she wanted privacy. That evening, she stood in front of cameras outside the station. Snowflakes landed on her hair and melted slowly. She spoke into microphones with a voice that trembled but didn't break. My husband, Eric Carter, is missing. He is a good man. He is loved. If anyone saw him, please, please call. Behind her, Detective Blake watched the crowd. Reporters asked about suspects, ransom, motives. He gave careful answers. Because in real American investigations, what you say publicly can protect the truth or destroy it. Melissa finished her statement and stepped back. And somewhere, in some motel room or dark vehicle, someone else might have been watching her too.
The next day, a tip came in from a gas station clerk. The clerk said a man matching Eric's description had been seen late at night, barefoot, shivering, and asking for a phone charger. The location was 40 miles away, across state lines. Police rushed there, hearts pounding, hope burning like a match. But when they arrived, Eric was gone. All they found was a receipt printed at 1:17 a.m. and a security clip of a man stumbling near the snack aisle. It was Eric. His face was swollen, his lip was split. His eyes looked unfocused, like he was awake but not truly present. Melissa watched the footage and started sobbing. Detective Blake paused the frame. Behind Eric, near the entrance, stood the same dark SUV. This time, closer, clearer. The driver never got out. He simply waited. As if Eric wasn't running freely. As if he was being allowed to move a little, just enough to stay alive, just enough to stay afraid. In America, that kind of control doesn't happen by accident. It happens when someone wants to own the ending of your story.
The gas station clerk said something else, something that made Detective Blake's skin crawl. Eric had whispered a phrase before leaving. They said, if I talk, she dies. The clerk didn't know what it meant, but Melissa did. She froze, staring at the detective like the world had tilted sideways. She said. Blake leaned forward. Did Eric ever mention anyone threatening you? Melissa shook her head. But deep inside, her memory searched every moment of the past month. A strange car parked too long, a blocked number calling once and hanging up, footsteps behind her at the grocery store. Things she ignored because America teaches you to keep moving, to mind your business,
to trust that bad things happen somewhere else. But now the threat felt personal. The case was no longer about a missing man. It was about a message, a warning, and possibly a game. Blake ordered patrols near Melissa's apartment immediately, because if Eric's captor knew her name, her routines, her address, then Melissa wasn't waiting for danger. Melissa was already inside it.
That evening, Melissa stayed at her sister's house under police supervision. 2 officers sat outside, headlights off, watching the street. Inside, the home was warm, but Melissa felt cold from the inside out. She kept checking her phone, refreshing messages, hoping for anything. At 2:11 a.m., her screen lit up. An unknown number, no caller ID, just a text, "Stop looking." Melissa's fingers turned numb. She showed the message to Detective Blake immediately. Blake's face hardened. He said quietly, "They're watching you." Melissa whispered, "Who are they?" Blake didn't know, not yet. But the message meant something important. Eric's disappearance wasn't hidden anymore. The captor knew law enforcement was moving, and now the captor was pushing back. In the United States, criminals fear cameras, records, cell towers. But some criminals learn to use those things as weapons. A text can become a knife. A warning can become a cage. And in that moment, Melissa understood something terrifying. This wasn't just a search. It was a negotiation without words.
The FBI traced the text to a prepaid phone purchased at a convenience store in Pennsylvania. The store had cameras, but the buyer wore a baseball cap and kept his face angled down. Still, they had a clue. The buyer paid in cash and left in the same dark SUV. Detective Blake and Trooper Hayes pinned every location, every timestamp, every camera angle. A map of movements began to form. Highways, motels, gas stations. Like someone was circling the region, choosing places designed for quick exits. Melissa listened to the investigators talk, but her mind kept returning to Eric's face on that gas station video. Bruised, lost, alive. Alive meant hope, but alive also meant suffering. Blake stepped outside for air and called his own wife just to hear her voice. He didn't tell her details, he couldn't, but he realized something. Cases like this don't only destroy victims, they infect everyone around them, families, officers, communities. Because when a person disappears in America, the silence doesn't stay quiet. It spreads into bedrooms, kitchens, and late-night prayers. And everyone starts listening for footsteps that aren't there.
A week after Eric vanished, the first real break arrived, unexpected and small. A tow truck driver reported an abandoned sedan near a storage facility outside Cleveland. The car had been parked illegally for days, and the windows were fogged from the inside. When police arrived, they found the driver's seat pushed back like someone tall had slept there, and on the dashboard, taped neatly, was a folded piece of paper. Detective Blake opened it slowly, careful not to tear anything. Inside, written in shaky handwriting, were 3 words: "I'm still here."
Melissa read it and collapsed into a chair. Her sister held her, whispering, "He's alive." Blake didn't celebrate, not yet, because handwriting can be forced, notes can be staged, hope can be manipulated. But the paper did something powerful. It proved Eric had survived at least a little longer, and it proved the captor wanted them to know. In America, criminals often hide, but this one was performing, leaving breadcrumbs, controlling the pace, controlling the fear. And now the story was shifting into a new phase, the phase where the hunter starts making moves and the police have to guess the next step.
The note was tested for fingerprints, DNA, and ink type. It came back with smudges, but no clean prints. The paper was common, something you could buy anywhere, but the handwriting analysis suggested stress, uneven pressure, and shaking. Melissa wanted to believe it was Eric's hand. Detective Blake wanted facts. The storage facility had cameras, and officers pulled the footage. At 3:26 a.m., a dark SUV rolled into the lot. It parked behind the abandoned sedan, blocking the view of the cameras. Two figures stepped out. One was tall and steady. The other moved slowly, hunched like he was injured. Blake froze. The second figure looked like Eric. He was guided like a prisoner. Then, a minute later, the SUV left. The sedan stayed behind like a message. Not an accident, not a random drop-off, a deliberate reminder. I control where he appears. I control what you see. And for the first time, Blake understood the truth. Eric was being moved on purpose, like a piece on a board.
The FBI formed a small task group. Not a large, dramatic team, just a handful of people who knew interstate cases, digital trails, and human behavior. They didn't announce it publicly. In America, many investigations happen quietly, behind office doors and coffee-stained desks, where decisions are made by tired people with heavy eyes. They traced motel records near every camera sighting. One motel had a matching keycard system. Another had a guest who paid cash at strange hours. A pattern of movement formed again. Late-night check-ins, rooms near back exits, no luggage, short stays. It was almost like the captor didn't want comfort, only control and distance. Melissa was asked to stay off social media. The FBI worried that public emotion could trigger the suspect. But silence felt like suffocation to her, because every hour without Eric felt like the world was deciding he didn't matter, and Melissa refused to let him become just another missing poster on a cold wall.
Melissa's apartment was searched for anything unusual. Officers checked her door locks, windows, mailbox, and even the hallway camera across the street. Nothing obvious. But something small appeared in the footage from 2 weeks earlier. A man walked past her building at 1:44 a.m. He wasn't a resident. He didn't enter. He simply slowed down near Melissa's door, looked at the number plate, and walked away. His face wasn't clear, but his posture was familiar, controlled, careful, almost military. Detective Blake watched it 3 times.
he felt his instincts rise. In the U.S., stalking often begins quietly, just observation, just planning, just testing boundaries. People don't notice until something breaks. Melissa noticed now. She remembered a moment at the grocery store when she felt someone behind her. She turned, but saw only strangers and shopping carts. She had ignored it, because most Americans are taught to assume the best, to avoid paranoia. But the line between normal life and danger is thinner than people admit. And Eric's disappearance had pulled that thin line apart like paper.
Another tip arrived, this one from a motel cleaner. She reported finding strange items in a room: zip ties, a roll of duct tape, and a disposable phone box. The room was registered to Michael Stone, the same fake name again. Detective Blake rushed to the motel with officers, but the guest was already gone. Still, the cleaner had done something important. She kept the trash bag. Inside were fast food wrappers, a receipt for gloves, and a torn map page with a circle marked near a warehouse district. The location was not far from a rail yard. In America, warehouses and rail yards sit like silent cities at night, large, empty, and full of places to hide. Police ran the address. It belonged to a company that closed years ago. The building was supposed to be empty. Supposed to be. Blake drove there after midnight with Trooper Hayes. Their headlights cut across chain-link fences and broken windows. They stepped out into the cold air, hands near their holsters. And in the darkness, they heard it. A faint sound from inside the building. Not wind, not metal. A human voice, barely there. Like someone trying not to be heard.
They entered the warehouse with flashlights and controlled breathing. Every step echoed off concrete floors. The air smelled like rust and wet wood. Trooper Hayes moved left. Blake moved right. The sound came again, soft, strained. A whisper, then a cough. Blake found a door behind stacked pallets. It was chained, but the chain was loose, almost intentionally. He pulled it open. Inside was a small room with a mattress on the floor and a plastic bottle half full of water. No one was there. But on the wall, scratched into paint with something sharp, were letters: Melissa, run. Blake stared at it like his mind couldn't accept it. Hayes radioed for backup. Melissa, miles away, was asleep for the first time in days, exhausted from grief. Blake's phone rang. The FBI agent said one sentence: "Your case is about to escalate." And Blake already knew why. Because this wasn't just a crime scene, it was a warning placed like a trap. The captor wasn't hiding anymore, he was communicating. Police moved Melissa to a protected location that same morning. No announcement, no goodbye to neighbors, no time to pack properly. Just a quiet exit and a careful drive. Melissa watched the city pass through the car window, feeling like her life had been removed from its normal place and stored somewhere else. The FBI told her, do not answer unknown calls, do not open unknown texts. But fear doesn't follow instructions. At 9:07 p.m., a call came anyway. Unknown number. It rang twice, then stopped. A second later, a voice message appeared. Melissa didn't want to press play. Her hand hovered, shaking. Finally, she did. The message was short. A man's voice, calm, almost friendly, said, "Melissa, you're making this harder than it needs to be." Then, behind his voice, a sound, soft chains and a muffled breath. Melissa's knees gave out. She slid down the wall and cried silently, trying not to scream. Because for a moment she could feel Eric near death, like a presence behind glass. And the message made one thing clear. This wasn't random violence. This was personal control.
Detective Blake listened to the voicemail with headphones, face tight with anger. The FBI audio team cleaned the background noise and found something important. A train horn in the distance, a low industrial hum consistent with nearby power generators, and a repeating beep like a forklift backing up. They cross-referenced the sound signatures with industrial zones around Cleveland. It narrowed the search to several areas near rail facilities. In America, investigations often turn into puzzles made of small details, not dramatic clues, just faint sounds and imperfect guesses. Blake sent teams to check warehouses, abandoned lots, and storage buildings. Most were empty. Some had squatters. One had fresh tire marks. At 2:30 a.m., a patrol officer found a dark SUV parked behind a shipping container yard. The engine was off. No one inside. The officer approached carefully, flashlight trembling. In the back seat, there was a torn piece of fabric stained with dried blood. Not a lot, but enough. The VIN was partially scratched, like someone tried to erase identity. That wasn't a vehicle meant for normal life. That was a vehicle meant for disappearing.
The SUV was towed for processing. Forensics found hair samples and a partial fingerprint on the inside of the trunk latch. The print didn't match Eric. It matched someone else, someone already in the system. A man named Caleb Voss, age 38, with past charges for assault, unlawful restraint, and identity fraud. He had moved through 3 states in 5 years, always temporary jobs, always cheap motels, always no stable address. Detective Blake stared at the profile. Voss wasn't famous, but he was dangerous in a quiet way. He wasn't impulsive, he planned. The FBI agent said, "He's not working alone." Melissa heard the name and whispered, "Why would he take Eric?" No one had the full answer, but one detail stood out. Eric once testified in a workplace accident case. His testimony cost a company money. It was years ago, but in America, some grudges don't die, they just wait. And sometimes someone is willing to pay for revenge in cash.
The team dug into Eric's past more deeply. At first, it felt invasive, almost disrespectful. But investigations don't care about comfort. They care about patterns. They found the lawsuit record from 2006. A subcontractor sued a large logistics company after a serious injury. Eric testified that the safety rules were ignored. The case ended in a settlement. The company didn't admit guilt, but someone lost money. Someone lost pride, and someone might have blamed Eric for it. Detective Blake requested old employee lists, contractor names, and termination records. One name appeared: Caleb Voss. He worked as temporary labor for the same company that faced the lawsuit. His employment ended abruptly 3 months after the settlement. Blake's jaw tightened. In America, people think time heals everything. But for certain minds, time doesn't heal. Time sharpens. Time becomes a weapon. Melissa sat quietly as Blake explained the connection. She whispered, "So this started years ago?" Blake nodded. And in that moment, Melissa realized something horrifying. Eric wasn't taken because of something he did wrong. He was taken because he did the right thing.
A warrant was issued for Caleb Voss. His known associates were listed. His online accounts were searched. Most were empty, but one forum account stood out, filled with coded language and symbols. The same circle and line mark appeared again, hidden in a profile photo. The FBI agent said, "He communicates in circles." Blake asked, "What does he want?" The answer was quiet: power. Melissa sat in a protected room with 2 agents nearby, feeling like her life had become a file folder. That night, she looked out the window at a street she didn't recognize. She imagined Eric somewhere cold, injured, hearing strange voices. She wondered if he knew she was still fighting. In America, people often believe help comes quickly, but real rescues take time, and time is what kidnappers use to break people. At 11:58 p.m., Melissa received another message. Only 2 words: trade him. No instructions, no location, just a command. It felt like a hand closing around her throat, because she didn't have anything to trade, unless the trade was her own life. The FBI decided to respond not as Melissa, but as law enforcement. They sent a controlled message back through the same channel: proof of life. Minutes passed, then hours. At 1:14 a.m., a video arrived. It was shaky, low quality, filmed in darkness. Eric's face appeared for 3 seconds. His eyes were bruised. His mouth opened like he was trying to speak, but a hand covered it. Then the video cut. Melissa couldn't watch it twice. She turned away and vomited into a trash bin. Detective Blake watched the frames carefully. In the background, a hanging light fixture swayed. The wall behind Eric was painted dull green. There was a metal hook line on the ceiling, like a maintenance garage. Small details, but everything mattered. The FBI analyst paused on one frame and pointed. A sign in the corner of the room, half visible. The letters read, Unit 14. Storage units. Blake's heart raced, because storage facilities are everywhere in America. Cheap, private, ignored. A perfect place to hide a person. And now they finally had a direction.
They searched storage facilities across the region, focusing on places near rail yards and industrial parks. Most owners cooperated. Some were confused. Some looked terrified. In the U.S., storage units hold people's memories, old furniture, family photos, forgotten boxes. but they can also hold secrets no one wants to imagine. At the third facility, Detective Blake found a unit labeled 14. The lock was new. Too new. Officers cut it. The door rolled upward with a metallic scream. Inside were plastic tarps, a folding chair, and a generator. No Eric. But there was something worse. On the chair sat a small bag. Inside was Melissa's driver's license, stolen from her purse weeks ago. Blake felt rage rise in his chest. This wasn't just kidnapping. This was surveillance, planning, invasion. They had been inside her life long before Eric vanished. The FBI agent said quietly, "He wanted you scared first." Melissa stared at the license and began to tremble, because it confirmed what she feared. They didn't just know her name, they had touched her world. And if they could steal her identity so easily, they could take her body too.
Melissa was asked to do something no spouse ever wants to do: participate in a controlled call. The FBI explained the rules: stay calm, speak slowly, ask questions that reveal location, keep the captor talking. Melissa nodded, but inside she felt like she was falling. The call happened at midnight. A burner phone rang, and the FBI tapped the line instantly. A man answered. His voice was smooth, like he practiced it. Melissa whispered, "Where is Eric?" The man chuckled softly. "He's safe, safer than you if you keep pushing." Melissa forced herself to breathe. "What do you want?" A pause, then a confession. Confession of what? The man's voice hardened, that he lied, that he ruined lives. Melissa almost cried. "He told the truth." The man leaned into the phone. Truth is expensive in America. Then he said something that made the agents tense. "You have 48 hours." The line ended. The FBI traced the signal. It bounced through towers like a ping-pong ball. But one thing was clear. He wasn't far, and he was preparing an ending. Detective Blake sat at his desk after the call, staring at Eric's file. He realized the captor wanted something public. Not money, not ransom. A story, a reversal, a forced apology that would rewrite Eric's life into shame. In America, reputation is currency. People fear being labeled. People fear the internet. People fear public humiliation almost as much as pain. Caleb Voss understood that. He wasn't just punishing Eric. He was trying to erase him. The FBI agent suggested a strategy: stall for time. Make the captor believe Melissa would cooperate. Buy hours. Buy chances. Melissa agreed, even though she hated it. She recorded a short audio statement under FBI guidance, carefully scripted. Not a full confession, just enough to keep the captor engaged. When they sent it, they waited. At 3:02 a.m., another message arrived. "Good. Now come alone." Melissa's stomach dropped. The FBI knew it was a trap, but they also knew something else. Traps are often the only doorway to a rescue. And time was running out. The FBI planned a controlled meet, using a decoy and surveillance teams. Melissa wasn't going alone, no matter what the captor demanded. They chose a location mentioned in the captor's message, a quiet truck stop off Interstate 71. In America, truck stops are their own world. Bright lights, coffee, fuel pumps, tired faces passing through without questions. Perfect cover for anyone. Agents placed cameras, unmarked cars, and tracking units. Melissa sat in the passenger seat of an FBI vehicle, wearing a hidden microphone. Her hands wouldn't stop shaking. Detective Blake looked at her and said, "We'd bring him home." At 1:20 a.m., a dark SUV rolled in, headlights off until the last second. It parked far away from the main building, near the back. A man stepped out wearing a hood and gloves. He didn't walk toward Melissa. He stood still and raised his phone, filming. Then he texted, "Show me her face." The FBI agent whispered, "He's checking if it's really you." Melissa leaned forward into view, heart pounding. The man's posture shifted. He started walking, and every agent in every car held their breath, because this was the closest they'd been to him, and close is where people die.
Caleb Voss approached the vehicle slowly, smiling like this was a casual meeting. He tapped the window once. Melissa lowered it just a few inches. His eyes were cold and clear. He said softly, "You look tired." Melissa forced herself to speak. "Bring Eric." Voss tilted his head. "You first." The FBI agent in the driver's seat played his role, pretending to be a friend, not law enforcement. Melissa held out a flash drive with the recorded confession. Voss took it, but didn't leave. He leaned closer, voice lower. "You think you can trick me?" Melissa's throat tightened. Then Voss smiled again, like he enjoyed her fear. He lifted his phone and showed a live video feed. Eric was on screen, barely conscious, sitting against a wall. His breathing sounded wrong. Melissa whispered, "Eric!" Voss said, 48 hours became 24. The FBI team started tracking the phone signal immediately, but Voss noticed movement in the parking lot. His eyes flickered toward an unmarked car. In a second, his face changed. He stepped back sharply. His hand reached into his jacket, and Detective Blake, watching from another vehicle, shouted into the radio, "Move now!" because the moment of rescue had turned into the moment of violence.
Gunfire didn't explode like in movies. It snapped, sharp and terrifying, then disappeared into night air. Agents moved fast. Tires screeched. People shouted. Voss ran toward the SUV, but the door didn't open fast enough. An agent tackled him, slamming him into the pavement. The fight lasted seconds. Then cuffs clicked shut. Melissa screamed and tried to climb out of the vehicle, but the FBI held her back. "Where is Eric?" she cried. Voss laughed through blood on his lip. "Too late." Detective Blake grabbed him by the collar. "Where is he?" Voss leaned forward, eyes bright with cruelty. "Unit 14, but not the one you found." Blake's heart dropped. Multiple facilities, multiple traps. Voss wasn't working alone. As agents dragged him away, his phone vibrated. A message appeared on screen from an unknown number. Plan B. Blake stared at it, feeling ice spread through his chest. Because Caleb Voss was only one piece, and while police celebrated an arrest, Eric was still missing. Somewhere else, someone was already executing the backup plan. The FBI rushed to locate Unit 14 again, this time across every storage facility within driving distance. Caleb Voss refused to speak further. He sat in an interrogation room, calm, almost relaxed, like the night had gone exactly how he expected. Detective Blake realized the terrifying possibility. Voss wanted to be caught. Arrest could be part of his design. They found the second Unit 14 at a facility near Akron. The gate was open, broken like someone forced it hours earlier. Agents cut the lock. The door rolled up. Inside, the air smelled like gasoline and damp concrete. There was a chair, ropes, and a blanket stained dark. No Eric. But in the corner was a small radio turned on low, playing static like a heartbeat. On the wall, written in thick marker, were the words, "You chose wrong." Melissa arrived later, surrounded by agents. She stared at the empty unit and fell silent. She didn't cry this time. Her face went blank, as if her emotions had drained out completely. In the United States, people say hope is powerful, but hope can also become torture when it keeps getting ripped away. Detective Blake looked around and noticed something else. Fresh footprints leading out the back of the unit. 2 sets. One dragged, uneven, one steady. Eric had been moved again, and whoever moved him knew exactly how to stay ahead.
A highway toll camera finally caught the dark SUV again, this time heading south toward Kentucky. The FBI assumed Eric was inside, alive or unconscious. They coordinated with state police across the line, creating a silent pursuit strategy. No sirens, no obvious chase, just unmarked cars following at a distance, watching exits, watching gas stops, waiting for the safest moment. In America, crossing state lines changes everything. Different departments, different rules, different response times. But criminals love state lines because they create confusion. Melissa was kept away for her safety, but she begged to go. "I need to be close," she said. Detective Blake answered softly, "You need to be alive." At 4:22 a.m., the SUV pulled into a rural exit near a forested area. It turned onto a narrow road with no lights. Agents followed, careful, slow. Then the SUV stopped. A door opened. 2 figures stepped out. One stumbled, barely standing. The other held him by the arm like a leash. Then the steady figure looked straight toward the trees, and the agents realized someone was waiting there, unseen, ready. This wasn't just transport, it was transfer, a handoff, a second captor, and that meant the nightmare had grown bigger than one man.
The agents moved in, but the forest swallowed distance quickly. Leaves and darkness created blind spots. The steady figure pushed Eric forward, deeper between trees. Eric collapsed once, then was dragged up again. Detective Blake's team surrounded the area with quiet precision. Then a flashlight beam cut through the woods from the other side. Not police. A signal. A partner. A voice whispered, sharp and cold. "Hurry." Blake felt rage shake his hands, but he forced control. If they rushed, Eric could die. If they waited, Eric could vanish again. In America, law enforcement often faces this cruel choice: speed versus safety. Blake gave the order to move in stages, closing the circle. A twig snapped under someone's boot. The captor froze. Then everything happened at once. A scream, short, choked, maybe Eric's. A gunshot, not close, but not far. Blake sprinted. His flashlight bounced wildly. He reached a clearing and saw something that made time stop. Eric was on the ground, motionless. And a man stood over him holding a gun with 2 hands, breathing calmly. Not Voss. Someone else. Someone who had been waiting for this exact moment.
Detective Blake rushed to Eric's side, his knees hitting the damp ground. Eric's chest rose, barely, like a weak wave. He was alive. The armed man backed away into the darkness, moving with practiced calm. He didn't panic. He didn't run. He simply disappeared between trees, as if the forest belonged to him. Agents searched the area, but the night swallowed everything. Blake pressed his fingers against Eric's neck and found a faint pulse. Eric's lips moved, a breath escaped, broken and thin. He whispered, 2 of them, always 2. Then his eyes rolled back. Paramedics arrived fast, cutting through the woods with equipment and urgency. Melissa wasn't there, but Blake imagined her face when she would hear the truth. Eric was found, but the danger wasn't over. In America, rescue doesn't always mean safety. Sometimes rescue is only the first step toward understanding the damage. And whoever did this had planned to leave no clean ending.
At the hospital, doctors worked quietly but quickly. Broken ribs, hypothermia, bruising that told a story no one wanted to speak aloud. Melissa was brought in under security, her hands trembling as she walked through the fluorescent hallway. When she saw Eric, she froze. He looked smaller, like someone had taken pieces of him away. His eyes opened slightly, unfocused, but he recognized her voice. Melissa leaned close and whispered, "I'm here. You're safe." Eric tried to speak. His throat was raw. He only managed one word, "Sorry." Melissa shook her head fiercely. "No, no, you don't apologize." Detective Blake stood behind them, watching, feeling relief mixed with dread. Because Eric was alive, but the case had not ended. Agents had already confirmed it. Caleb Voss had a second phone line active during the forest transfer. Someone else was still out there. Someone who knew how to vanish. Someone who might come back, not for Eric, but for Melissa. In the United States, survival can make you a witness, and being a witness can make you a target.
Eric was stable by morning, but he wasn't ready to talk. Trauma sat inside him like a locked door. Detective Blake waited outside the room, listening to the hospital machines beep like a slow metronome. An FBI profiler arrived and spoke softly, almost like a therapist. "He may remember in fragments," she said. "Don't rush him." But Blake couldn't stop thinking about the second captor, the one with the gun, the one who didn't leave fingerprints in the warehouse or the motel, the one who moved like a shadow with purpose. They reviewed the forest scene again. No shell casing found. That meant the gunshot might have been a warning shot into the air, meant to scare officers back. A controlled act, a message. In America, some criminals aren't reckless. They're disciplined. They don't just harm people, they choreograph fear. That afternoon, a nurse reported Eric's heart rate spiking when a certain sound played on TV, a train horn. Eric's eyes widened. He began shaking, sweating through the blanket. Melissa tried to calm him, but Eric gripped her hand hard and whispered, "They're near tracks." It wasn't much, but it was a direction. And in an investigation, one direction can open everything. The FBI focused on industrial rail zones south of Cleveland. They searched abandoned yards, maintenance buildings, and private freight lots. At one location, officers found a generator similar to the one in the storage unit. At another, they found zip ties dumped in a trash barrel behind a loading dock. It wasn't enough to prove a specific building, but the pattern was tightening. Melissa stayed beside Eric, watching him sleep in short, restless bursts. Each time he woke, his eyes searched the room as if expecting someone to step out of the shadows. Detective Blake asked for a private moment with Eric, but Eric refused. He only wanted Melissa present. Blake understood. In America, many victims don't trust authority after trauma. They trust the person who didn't give up, and Melissa hadn't. That evening, Eric finally spoke a full sentence, voice cracked and fragile. "They filmed it." Blake's spine stiffened. "Filmed what, Eric?" Eric swallowed painfully. "Everything, like it was a show." The words landed like cold water, because that meant evidence might exist, videos, uploads, digital traces, and it meant the captors didn't just want control, they wanted an audience. The cyber team dug into extremist forums and hidden chat spaces. They weren't looking for names at first. They were looking for behavior. Someone bragging, someone leaking clues. Within hours, they found a private group thread using symbols and coded phrases. A post from a new account said, "Ohio man learned the cost of lying." No direct name, but attached was a blurred image, Eric's shoulder, bruised, recognizable if you knew him. Melissa saw it and screamed. Detective Blake felt rage and sickness at the same time, because the pain wasn't just physical, it was public humiliation turned into entertainment. The FBI traced the account's metadata. It wasn't clean, but it pointed toward a town in Kentucky. Agents prepared to move. Caleb Voss, in custody, refused to speak, but he smiled when questioned about the forum, like he knew the hunt had already shifted to a new player. In America, people think arrest ends danger, but sometimes arrest is a spark. The remaining person on the outside might panic, or worse, might try to finish what was started. And Eric, lying in a hospital bed, was still not fully safe, because the story wasn't finished, not for the men who wanted to write the ending. That night, Eric woke up screaming. Not loud at first, more like a strangled gasp that became a full sound of terror. Melissa jumped from her chair, calling his name. Eric's hands flailed, grabbing at his sheets as if he was trapped under something heavy. A nurse ran in, then hospital security. Detective Blake arrived moments later, breathless. Eric stared at them with wide eyes and whispered, "He's coming." Blake asked, "Who?" Eric's lips trembled. "The second one." Melissa held Eric's face gently, trying to ground him. "You're here. You're safe." But Eric shook his head slowly. "They don't stop. They finish." The FBI increased the guard detail immediately. 2 agents stayed outside the room all night. In America, hospitals are supposed to be the safest places. Bright halls, cameras, staff everywhere. But danger doesn't always care about rules. And when someone is willing to cross lines, no place feels secure. At 3:32 a.m., a security camera picked up a figure in a maintenance uniform entering the hospital through a side door. His face was partially hidden by a cap. He walked with confidence, not like a visitor. He walked like someone who belonged there. Blake watched the footage and felt his blood go cold, because the nightmare had followed them inside. Hospital security searched for the man in the maintenance uniform, but he moved like smoke through corridors. One camera showed him near the elevators. Another showed him turning into a stairwell. Then nothing. The FBI sealed off the floor and checked every room. No intruder found. But in Eric's room, something small appeared that shouldn't exist. A folded note tucked under the bedside tray. Melissa found it first. Her fingers shook as she opened it. Inside, one sentence was written in clean, careful handwriting. "We decide when he's done." Detective Blake stared at it, jaw clenched. This wasn't just intimidation, it was a declaration of ownership. The agents reviewed access logs. A maintenance badge had been scanned at the side entrance, an official credential number. But when they traced it, the real employee was home, asleep, and still had his badge. That meant the badge had been copied, cloned, planned. Eric saw the note and turned his face away, tears leaking silently. He whispered, "I told you, they're always ahead." In America, criminals often fear technology, but these criminals used it like a weapon. And now the FBI understood they weren't dealing with one desperate man. They were dealing with an organized mindset, a system of cruelty. And the second captor had just stepped into the hospital without anyone stopping him.
The FBI relocated Eric immediately to a secure medical facility with restricted access. It wasn't a normal hospital room anymore. It was a guarded space with locked doors and constant surveillance. Melissa rode in the back of the ambulance, holding Eric's hand like it was the only thing keeping her alive. Eric didn't speak. He only stared at the ceiling, eyes dull with exhaustion. Detective Blake followed behind, feeling the pressure of failure. He had promised safety, but safety had been invaded. When they arrived, agents searched every corner, every hallway, every staff member's badge. The facility director looked offended, but Blake didn't care about feelings. He cared about survival. Later, Eric finally spoke again. His voice was thin, but clearer than before. "I saw his face," Eric whispered. Blake leaned in carefully. "Tell me." Eric swallowed. "He's not angry. He's calm, like a teacher." That detail was worse than rage, because rage can make mistakes. Calm can follow through. Melissa asked, "Can you describe him?" Eric closed his eyes tightly. Late 40s, gray at the sides, clean hands, no shaking. Blake wrote everything down. Then Eric said something that made everyone in the room freeze. He told me my name wasn't the point.
Blake frowned. Then what was the point? Eric whispered, "The message."
The FBI profiler explained it simply. This case was about control, punishment, and public fear. Eric was chosen because he represented something the captors hated: accountability, truth. A man who once spoke up and cost them money, pride, power. Now they wanted the world to see what happens to people who speak. Melissa listened, heart pounding, feeling sick. She asked, "So what do we do?" Detective Blake answered quietly, "We take away their stage." They requested the extremist forum be monitored in real time. Within hours, a new post appeared. Witnesses don't stay witnesses for long. The cyber team traced the upload route and caught a location ping: a library Wi-Fi hotspot in a small Kentucky town. Agents moved quickly, but not loudly. They didn't want to scare the suspect off again. At the library, they found a computer station wiped clean, but one camera shot revealed a man leaving the building with a backpack and a calm walk. He looked like a normal American: jeans, clean jacket, nothing suspicious. That's what made it terrifying. Because the most dangerous people don't always look dangerous. They blend in perfectly. Detective Blake watched the footage and felt something twist inside him. The man turned his head slightly, as if sensing the camera. And for 1 second, his face was clear. Blake whispered, "That's him." The second captor wasn't hiding anymore. He was moving in daylight, confident and close.
The man's face was sent through databases. No criminal record, no open warrants, a clean ghost. But the FBI didn't stop there. They ran facial recognition through driver's license records. A partial match came back under a different name: Nathan Grady, age 46. Former safety compliance consultant, former contractor for the same logistics company involved in the old lawsuit. Detective Blake felt his stomach drop. A compliance consultant, someone who knew rules and how to break them quietly. Someone who could move through facilities without looking out of place. Someone who could wear a maintenance uniform like a second skin. Melissa heard the name and whispered, "So he works with paperwork, like Eric did." Blake nodded. Eric had testified about safety violations. Nathan Grady's job might have been to cover them. 2 men, 2 roles, same wound years later. The FBI built a profile: controlled, intelligent, emotionally cold, obsessed with discipline. Not a man who kidnaps for money, a man who kidnaps to prove a belief. That belief was simple: people who expose truth deserve punishment. And if Nathan Grady was still free, then the danger wasn't fading, it was sharpening. Because now they weren't chasing a criminal in panic. They were chasing a man on a mission, a man who believed he was the hero of his own story. Agents tracked Nathan Grady's recent movements. He used cash, prepaid phones, and public Wi-Fi. But one thing betrayed him: routine. Even careful people have habits. He bought the same brand of bottled water at different locations. He stopped at similar quiet diners near highways. He preferred places where faces didn't matter and questions weren't asked. In America, diners can be comforting: warm lights, coffee refills,
strangers minding their own business. But for investigators, diners are also information hubs. A waitress remembers a customer's eyes. A cook remembers a strange request. One waitress in Kentucky reported a man who asked for a booth facing the door and sat for hours, watching everyone enter. He left a clean $20 tip and never touched his food. The description matched Grady. The FBI searched nearby roads and found another clue, a motel receipt in a trash bin dated the same night. Room 214, paid in cash. Detective Blake drove to the motel with a quiet fury. He asked the clerk one question. Did he come alone? The clerk hesitated, then nodded. Yes, but he made a second key. A second key. Blake's chest tightened. Second key meant one thing. Someone else might have been there. Eric, or another victim, or a plan still unfolding. They entered the room with weapons drawn. The room was empty, but on the bed lay a small notebook open to one page. Written in neat handwriting were 3 words. Next is her. Melissa wasn't just part of the story anymore. Melissa was the next chapter.
Melissa was moved again, this time to a federal safe house. It didn't feel like protection. It felt like prison. No windows open, no outside walks, no normal life. Just quiet rooms and locked doors. Eric was still recovering, weak and silent. When he heard Melissa was moved, he became restless, panic leaking into his eyes. He whispered, "He won't stop." Detective Blake promised, "We're closing in." But promises felt fragile now. The FBI planned an operation, use Melissa as bait, but only in a way that kept her physically safe. A controlled appearance, a monitored signal, a staged routine. Melissa agreed, even though her whole body resisted it, because she understood something now. Fear had already taken enough from her. That evening, agents created a public leak on social media suggesting Melissa returned home. It was fake, but believable. Within 2 hours, a camera near her old apartment detected a man standing across the street, watching the building like a statue. Nathan Grady. He wore a dark jacket and carried a small tool bag. Not a weapon bag, a tool bag, the kind that grants access. In America, people trust uniforms and tools. They assume someone belongs. Grady used that trust like a knife. Agents watched him approach the building entrance calmly. Then he stopped. He looked directly toward the hidden camera, and he smiled. As if he knew it was all a trap, as if he wanted them to see he wasn't afraid. Then he raised his hand and waved once, slowly, a quiet greeting, a quiet threat, and then he walked away into the night.
Detective Blake replayed the footage again and again. Grady's wave wasn't panic. It was dominance. He wanted them to understand, "I see you." The FBI agent murmured, "He's enjoying this." Melissa, watching from the safe house, felt something inside her harden. She said quietly, "Then let's end it." The team traced Grady's exit route using traffic cameras. He drove a different vehicle now, a clean silver sedan with a temporary plate. They followed the plate number through toll cameras and gas station footage. The sedan appeared briefly near the edge of town, then disappeared. Blake suspected a stash location, a place Grady could change cars, swap phones, reset his identity. They checked storage units again, garages, rental lots. Finally, a drone team spotted something in a rural property, multiple vehicles hidden under tarps behind an old barn. The land belonged to a deceased owner. The property taxes were unpaid. It was the kind of place no one watches, the kind of place a careful man would choose. Agents prepared for a raid at sunrise. Quiet vehicles, no sirens. Blake checked his weapon, then looked at the team. "Here is where it ends," he said. But deep inside, he knew endings are never clean. Not when a man like Grady believes he is correcting the world. And not when a victim like Eric still carries fear that has no shape. At dawn, the team moved toward the barn. The air smelled like wet earth and winter. Then, the first agent near the door whispered into the radio, "Tripwire." Everyone froze, because this wasn't just a hideout. It was a trap waiting to explode. Bomb technicians were called in immediately. The barn was surrounded, but no one rushed. Tripwires are a message, "I expect you." The team waited for hours, scanning for movement. Finally, the bomb squad cleared a small explosive device near the entrance. Not enough to level the barn, but enough to kill the first person who stepped inside. Detective Blake felt his throat tighten. Grady wasn't trying to escape. He was trying to punish pursuit. Agents entered after clearance, moving slow, flashlights sweeping across dust and hanging tools. Inside, they found cars under tarps, license plates in a box, stacks of prepaid phones and fake IDs. A whole life designed to vanish. But no Nathan Grady, no Eric, no captives. Blake slammed his fist against a wooden beam in frustration. Then an agent called out softly, "Over here." In the back of the barn was a small room hidden behind shelving. Inside sat a laptop, open and running. On the screen was a live video feed. It showed Melissa, not in real time, but recorded footage from inside the safe house hallway. The camera angle was wrong, too close, too hidden. Blake's blood turned cold. "How did he get a camera in there?" he whispered. The FBI agent didn't answer, because the answer was terrifying. Grady wasn't outside trying to break in. He was already inside their system, and someone had let him in. A full internal review began. Every agent assigned to Melissa's protection was questioned. Every safe house staff member was checked. No obvious traitor, no confession, just growing paranoia. Melissa felt like the walls were shrinking around her. Eric's condition improved, but mentally he looked worse. He stared at corners. He flinched at footsteps. One night, Eric whispered to Melissa, "He talked to me like I was nothing." Melissa held his hand. "You're not nothing." Eric's eyes filled with tears. "He said I was a lesson," Eric murmured. Detective Blake asked Eric to try remembering details, anything, smell, sound, voices. Eric stared at the ceiling, breathing shallow. Then he said, "He has a ring." Blake leaned in. "A ring?" Eric nodded slowly. "Silver, with the same symbol, circle and line." That mattered. A ring is personal. A ring is identity worn openly. The FBI searched jewelry stores, pawn shops, old photos, online profiles. But Grady had no public life. He was hidden. Yet he wore a symbol proudly when he was close enough to be seen. That meant he believed in it, and believers don't stop until they're stopped. That night, a new forum post appeared. "Protection is just another illusion." Attached was a photo of Melissa's safe house front door, taken from outside, recent, clear. Melissa read it and began shaking uncontrollably, because it confirmed the worst truth of all. They weren't hiding from Grady. They were being watched by him whenever he wanted.
The FBI changed tactics. They stopped reacting and started predicting. They asked one question: if Grady wanted fear and control, what would satisfy him most? The profiler answered quietly: a public ending. Not private revenge, a spectacle. They believed Grady would attempt a final act that made the community remember. So they monitored local news stations, police radio chatter, and social media for any strange lead. Then a call came in from a small church outside Cincinnati. A caretaker reported seeing candles lit inside at midnight, even though the church was closed. Officers responded. Inside, the church was empty, silent. But at the altar, someone had placed a large framed photo of Eric, taken from Melissa's social media. Next to it was a printed page from the old lawsuit case. Underneath, a handwritten message: "The truth destroys." Detective Blake stared at it, heart pounding. Churches in America are symbols of comfort and safety. That's why criminals sometimes choose them, to corrupt that comfort. On the floor near the altar was another item, a small microphone, a live streaming device. Someone had planned to broadcast something here. Blake realized the terrifying intention. Grady wanted the world to watch Eric suffer. And if he couldn't get Eric again, he might take Melissa. Because Melissa was the voice of resistance, the one person who refused to stop searching. Blake ordered increased security around the church and the safe house. But he knew something painful. If Grady wanted attention, he could force it anywhere. And the next move would happen soon.
At 2:19 a.m., the safe house alarm triggered. Not the front door, not the windows, the basement hatch. Agents rushed down with weapons raised. The hatch was open. Cold air spilled in like a breath from underground. No one was inside, but something had been thrown into the basement, a small package wrapped in brown paper. A trap? An explosive? The bomb team checked it carefully. It was only a box. Inside was a single object, Eric's wedding ring. Melissa's hands flew to her mouth as she recognized it. Eric sat up in bed, staring like he couldn't breathe. He whispered, He took it. The first night. Detective Blake stared at the ring and felt pure hatred. Grady had kept it for weeks, like a trophy, then returned it at the safe house, proving he could enter and leave at will. The package also contained a note written neatly, "You can't hide love from me." Melissa broke down sobbing, clutching the ring to her chest. Eric's eyes filled with terror, because the ring wasn't just an object, it was a message. I touched him. I touched you. I can touch you again. In America, people often think violence is loud, but this violence was quiet, psychological, precision-made to dismantle a family. And now the FBI knew Grady wasn't just watching. He was entering their most protected space without being stopped, which meant one horrifying possibility. Someone on the inside was still compromised, or Grady was even smarter than they believed. And if he could walk into the basement once, he could walk into Melissa's room next.
The FBI moved Eric and Melissa to a new location, one not even local agents were told about. It was a temporary relocation facility used for high-risk witnesses. New locks, new codes, new routine. No patterns to track. Melissa felt relief for the first time in weeks, but that relief didn't last long. At 6:04 p.m., a television in the facility's common room turned on by itself. The volume was low, but the screen lit up with a blank white page. Then letters appeared, typed slowly, one by one. "You moved them. Good." The staff froze. Detective Blake stared at the screen like it was a ghost. The facility's TV wasn't connected to cable. It shouldn't receive messages. The FBI cyber team checked the network and found a breach attempt. Someone had accessed the smart TV remotely. Nathan Grady again. Melissa whispered, "How does he always find us?" Blake didn't answer, because he was asking himself the same question, and he hated the only explanation that made sense. Grady wasn't tracking them by accident. He was tracking them because he had an information source, a leak, or a system vulnerability deep enough to reach anywhere. In America, people trust technology to protect them, but technology can become a window for predators. Eric sat quietly, trembling, and whispered, "He said the world belongs to people who prepare." Melissa held his hand and said softly, "Then we prepare too." Blake looked at them and made a decision. They were no longer waiting. They were going to set a trap so strong, so final, that Grady couldn't avoid it. Because if Grady controlled the pace, the story would never end, and everyone was running out of strength.
The FBI designed an operation built on one truth. Grady needed a stage. They created a false target, an accidental leak showing Eric would be transferred for medical imaging at a specific time. A short route, a predictable window. It was bait, but it was also deadly serious. Agents filled the route with unmarked vehicles, hidden cameras, and aerial support. Melissa hated the plan, but she understood why it mattered. If Grady came, they could capture him. If he didn't, they learned something else. At 11:40 p.m., the convoy moved. Eric lay in the back of a secure medical transport van, heavily guarded. Blake followed, eyes scanning every shadow. In the distance, headlights appeared behind them, one vehicle, keeping pace. Not close enough to be obvious, not far enough to be normal. A silver sedan, the same one from earlier footage. Blake whispered into the radio, "We have him." The sedan changed lanes, then changed again, matching every move. Grady wasn't hiding tonight. He was approaching like a man walking toward destiny. At the next exit, the sedan accelerated and cut in front of the convoy. Then it swerved suddenly, blocking the road. Agents slammed brakes, tires screamed against pavement. A man stepped out of the sedan calmly, hands visible, wearing no mask. Nathan Grady. He raised his voice, not shouting, just projecting. "You can end this by giving him back." Blake stepped out with his weapon drawn. "Drop to the ground," he shouted. Grady smiled softly. And in that smile was the confidence of someone who had planned beyond this moment. Because a second later, the transport van's rear door alarm beeped. From the inside. Someone inside the van was opening it, and Eric was supposed to be the only one back there. Blake's heart stopped, because that meant the plan had already been broken. The van door cracked open, not wide, just enough for someone to slip a hand through. An agent sprinted forward, shouting, "Stay back!" Detective Blake felt panic slam into his chest like a physical blow. Because if someone was inside the van with Eric, then Grady had infiltrated again. Or worse, someone they trusted had turned. Suddenly, a figure dropped out from the back of the van and hit the pavement hard. Not Eric. A man in a tactical vest, an FBI agent. His hands were zip-tied, his mouth taped. He was unconscious. Blake stared, frozen, mind struggling to process it. How did Grady get an agent inside the van? How did he restrain him without anyone noticing? Then Eric's voice came from inside the van, weak, terrified. "Help, please!" Blake rushed forward. Agents surrounded the van with weapons drawn. Grady stood near his sedan, watching calmly. He didn't run. He didn't fight. He simply raised one hand and held up a small device, a remote. He said, "If you open that door fast, you'll kill him." The night went silent. Even traffic felt far away. Because now the rescue was balanced on a razor edge. One wrong move and Eric would die, and Grady knew it. In America, hostage situations aren't always about weapons. Sometimes they're about timing. Sometimes they're about control, so tight it becomes invisible. Detective Blake stared into the darkness of the van and realized something terrifying. This was Grady's final scene, and he was directing it like a film.
Detective Blake raised one hand slowly, signaling every agent to hold position. No sudden movements, no panic. Grady stood in the road like a man giving a lecture. Calm posture, steady breath. He said, "You people always think force solves everything." Blake kept his voice controlled. "What did you do to the van?" Grady smiled. "I made consequences." Eric's weak breathing could be heard through the cracked door. Melissa wasn't there, but Blake could feel her fear like it was in the air. The bomb technician arrived quietly, eyes fixed on the remote in Grady's hand.
Grady lifted it slightly. If that door opens fast, the pressure trigger activates. Blake asked, "What do you want?" Grady looked toward the van like it was a stage prop. "I want a confession broadcast live, the truth that he lied."
The FBI negotiator arrived, speaking in a slow, soothing tone. "Nathan, let's talk. Nobody needs to get hurt." Grady chuckled softly. Too late for that. He pointed at the van. He hurt people first. He broke rules and pretended it was justice. Blake realized something. Grady believed Eric's testimony had ruined his life. He wasn't demanding money. He was demanding a rewritten history. The negotiator asked, "If we give you the confession, you release him?" Grady didn't answer immediately. Instead, he opened a live stream app on his phone and held it up. Thousands of views, comments moving fast. The extremist forum had turned it into an event. Grady said, "They're watching. The lesson must be public." Blake felt sick, because this was no longer just kidnapping. It was propaganda, a performance meant to intimidate anyone who might speak up in the future. The negotiator asked, "How do we do this safely?" Grady's voice stayed gentle. "Put her on the line," he said. Blake froze. "Melissa?" the negotiator repeated. Grady nodded. Her voice makes it real. And Blake understood the trap. Grady wanted Melissa's pain to become part of the broadcast. Melissa was rushed to a secure phone line, unaware of the highway standoff at first. When Blake explained, her face drained of color. She whispered, "Eric is inside that van?" Blake nodded, alive but trapped. Melissa's voice shook. "What does he want from me?" The negotiator answered softly, "He wants you to convince Eric to confess." Melissa stared like she couldn't breathe. A confession would destroy Eric's name forever, but refusing might destroy his body. In America, reputation can be everything: jobs, friendships, community trust. Grady understood that. He wanted Eric alive, but ruined. He wanted Eric breathing, but broken. Melissa held the phone, hands trembling so badly the agent had to steady her wrist. They connected the call through Grady's speaker. Grady said calmly, "Melissa, say hello." Melissa swallowed hard. "Nathan, please, let him go." Grady replied, "You can earn his life back." He turned the phone toward the van door. "Eric," Grady called, "your wife is here. Tell her what you did." Eric's voice came weakly. "Mel, I'm sorry." Melissa cried, "No, don't say sorry. You did the right thing." Grady's smile faded. He said quietly, "Wrong answer." Then he pressed the remote halfway down, just enough to make everyone flinch. And Eric screamed inside the van, not from an explosion, but from pain. A shock device. Grady wasn't bluffing. He was torturing with precision.
The bomb technician whispered to Blake, "It's not explosives, it's electrical." He rigged the door latch. Blake's mind raced. That meant they could possibly disable it, if they had time. But Grady controlled time. The negotiator spoke gently again. "Nathan, hurting him won't change the past." Grady tilted his head. "It changes the meaning."
Melissa cried into the phone, "Stop! Please stop!" Grady's voice softened, almost kind. "Melissa, you can save him." He instructed, "Tell him to confess on live stream. Then I walk away." Blake knew Grady wouldn't simply walk away, but they needed Eric alive first. Melissa whispered to Eric, "Baby, just say whatever he wants. We'll fix it later." Eric coughed, choking. "No, if I say it, he wins forever." Melissa sobbed quietly. Eric's voice cracked with pain, but stayed firm. "Don't let him rewrite me." Blake felt something change inside him. Even broken, Eric was still resisting. Grady stared at the van door as if disappointed. Then he said, "Okay, final step." He held his remote up again, higher this time. Every agent tightened their grip on their weapon, but nobody fired. Because one bullet could end Eric instantly. In hostage scenes, the hardest enemy is not the criminal. It's the fragile life caught in the middle. A new voice suddenly entered the live stream. Not Grady's. A second person speaking from a phone line. A low, excited voice. "Do it. Finish him." Detective Blake froze. Caleb Voss was in custody. So who was this? Grady's eyes flickered, almost annoyed, like the second voice was ruining his performance. He said sharply, "Stay quiet." The second voice laughed. "You're getting soft." Blake realized this was not just one ideology. It was a network, a group feeding off cruelty. The FBI cyber unit traced the second voice live, pulling location data. It hit near Nashville, Tennessee. Another accomplice, another handler. Blake whispered, "We're not dealing with two men. We're dealing with a chain." Melissa heard the second voice and began shaking. Eric whispered inside the van, "They talked all the time, like I wasn't human." Grady pressed the remote again. Eric cried out. The negotiator raised his hands. "Nathan, stop! This ends now!" Grady smiled, but it wasn't warm anymore. It was empty. He said, "This ends when they learn." Then he stepped toward the van, reaching for the door himself, slow and careful, like a surgeon. The technicians shouted, "If he opens it, he'll trigger the circuit." Blake made a choice. He aimed at Grady's hand, not his head. One shot, a controlled risk, and the bullet hit Grady's wrist, sending the remote spinning across the asphalt. For half a second, time stopped. The remote hit the ground and skidded toward a storm drain. An agent dove, grabbing it before it disappeared. The bomb technician ripped it open instantly, cutting wires with shaking fingers. Eric screamed inside the van as the current surged once, then stopped. The latch clicked. Blake shouted, "Open slow!" Two agents approached, easing the van door open inch by inch. No explosion, no trap, only cold air spilling out. Eric was inside, strapped down, face pale, body trembling. His skin showed burn marks on his wrists where wires had been tightened. Melissa sobbed through the phone, screaming his name. Blake climbed into the van and cut Eric free. Eric collapsed into his arms like dead weight. Paramedics rushed forward, pulling him onto a stretcher. Grady lay on the ground, holding his bleeding wrist, eyes calm, even in pain. He watched Eric being removed like it was proof of his own greatness. Blake leaned down close to him. "Why?" he demanded. Grady whispered, "Because America worships whistleblowers. I wanted to teach you what worship costs." Then he smiled faintly, and Blake realized something chilling. Grady didn't think he lost. He thought he created a legacy.
Nathan Grady was arrested on the spot. No drama, no shouting, just cuffs, blood, and quiet breathing under highway lights. But the FBI wasn't celebrating. They still had unanswered questions. The accomplice on the call, the cloned badges, the safe house breach. Grady had help. He always had help. At the hospital, Eric's condition worsened again. His heart rate spiked from shock and pain. Melissa arrived under escort, eyes red, face exhausted. She sat beside Eric and whispered, "You're still here. You're still here." Eric opened his eyes barely and said, "He wanted me to hate myself." Melissa shook her head, "Never." Detective Blake stood in the hallway listening. He had solved the rescue, but not the infection. Because an ideology doesn't die with one arrest. Agents searched Grady's sedan and found a notebook filled with names. Not victims, witnesses. People who had testified in past safety violations. People who filed complaints. People who stood up. Melissa saw the list and felt her stomach twist. "This wasn't just Eric," she whispered. Blake nodded. This was bigger than revenge. It was a campaign. And now that Grady was caught, the campaign might retaliate. In America, extremists fear one thing more than police: exposure. And Grady's arrest might push the others out of hiding.
The FBI interrogated Grady for hours. He remained calm, asking for water politely, smiling at agents like they were students. Detective Blake placed Eric's photo on the table. "You nearly killed him," Blake said. Grady's expression barely changed. "I preserved him," he replied. "I educated him." Blake slammed his hand down. "Where are the others?" Grady leaned back. "Others? You mean believers." That word, believers, made the room feel smaller. Grady wasn't describing criminals. He was describing a cause. He finally admitted something. He didn't pick Eric randomly. He tracked him for months. He studied his route home. He learned Melissa's schedule. He visited the apartment building. Blake asked, "Why the hospital breach?" Grady smiled, "To prove there is no sanctuary." Outside, the FBI cyber team traced the extremist live stream accounts. Many were deleted quickly. But one username stayed active, posting a message after Grady's arrest. The lesson continues. A new threat, a promise. Melissa heard it and whispered, "It's never over, is it?" Eric, barely conscious, squeezed her hand. "No," he whispered, "but we can be louder than them." In America, being loud can be dangerous, but silence can be deadly too. Days passed. Eric healed slowly. Bruises faded, but fear stayed. He jumped at door clicks. He flinched at footsteps in hallways. Melissa slept in a chair beside him, refusing to leave. Detective Blake focused on the network. He followed Grady's notebook names and contacted each person quietly, warning them to increase security. Some believed him, some didn't. Because in America, people often think danger is someone else's problem, until it becomes theirs. The cyber team finally broke into Grady's encrypted laptop. Inside were video files labeled like episodes. Dates, times, locations. They were recordings of Eric's captivity. Not all were shown publicly. Many were private, saved like trophies. Blake felt sick watching even a few seconds. Eric wasn't just hurt, he was documented, turned into content. But there was another folder too, hidden deeper. Targets. It contained photos of other witnesses. One photo was circled in red. A woman named Janet Holloway, a former warehouse supervisor who reported safety violations last year. Her address was listed beneath the photo. Blake swore under his breath. "Next victim," he said. The FBI moved instantly, because saving Eric wasn't the end. It was only the warning shot. Agents drove to Janet Holloway's home in Indiana before sunrise. They found her alive but terrified. Her front door had scratch marks. Her mailbox was smashed. A dead bird was placed on her porch like a symbol. Janet opened the door crying, saying, "I knew something was coming." Detective Blake asked, "Did you call the police?" Janet shook her head. "I didn't want to be dramatic." In America, people are taught not to overreact, but predators depend on that silence. The FBI moved Janet to safety and questioned her about recent strangers. She mentioned a man who came to her workplace pretending to be an insurance inspector. Calm voice, clean hands, silver ring. Her description matched Grady's ring again, meaning someone else wore the symbol too. The network was active. A week later, a forum post appeared with Janet's blurred photo. "She's next." The FBI kept pushing digital traces, tracking IP hops and burner devices. Finally, one small mistake surfaced, a login from a home Wi-Fi network in Tennessee, used for 1 minute before disconnecting. 1 minute was enough. They got an address, a quiet neighborhood, a normal house. Detective Blake stared at the map. The danger wasn't hiding in dark alleys. It was sitting in ordinary streets, behind trimmed lawns and closed blinds. Blake gathered his team. "Now we go," he said, "because the only way to stop a network is to cut the wires." And they finally had one wire in their hands. The Tennessee house looked peaceful. A porch light glowed softly. A child's bicycle lay near the driveway. That detail made the agents uneasy, because monsters sometimes live beside innocence without disturbing it. The FBI entered quietly with a warrant. Inside, the house was clean, almost too clean. No family photos, no personal clutter, just furniture placed like a showroom. In the basement, they found something that confirmed everything. A wall painted dull green, a metal hook line on the ceiling, the same environment seen behind Eric in the video. This was one of the captivity sites. Detective Blake's stomach tightened. They found cables, restraints, disposable gloves, and a stack of printed court documents. Names highlighted, witness statements marked with red pen. The obsession was organized, but no suspect was present. The home was empty. However, in a trash bin outside, agents found a fresh receipt. Gas purchase, 2 hours earlier. Location, a rest stop on Interstate 65. The FBI moved immediately. They were close enough now that the suspect would feel pressure. And pressured criminals either run or they strike. Melissa, still at Eric's bedside, got a call from Detective Blake. "We found a site," he said. Melissa whispered, "Is it over?" Blake paused. "Not yet," he admitted, "but we're closing the circle." Eric listened quietly, eyes wide. He whispered to Melissa, "Circle and line. They think it's destiny." Melissa squeezed his hand. "Then we break destiny," she replied.
At the rest stop, agents scanned every vehicle like hunters reading footprints. Then they saw it, a silver sedan parked away from the lights. The driver sat inside, engine idling, not sleeping, waiting. Detective Blake moved in with 2 agents. The driver looked up slowly and smiled. It wasn't Grady. It was a younger man, maybe late 20s, with sharp eyes and a calm face. He raised his hands peacefully. "Evening," he said. Blake ordered him out. The man complied without resistance. They searched the car and found a burner phone, a laptop, and printed photos of Eric and Melissa. The man's name was Elliot Kane, at least according to the ID, but the ID was fake. Blake questioned him on the spot. "Who are you?" Elliot smiled faintly. "A student." "Student of what?" Elliot tilted his head. "Of correction." Blake felt his anger rise. "Where are the others?" Elliot's eyes stayed calm. "You already got 1 teacher. You'll never catch the classroom." That sentence was worse than a threat. It meant there were many, not just a duo, an organized psychological terrorism hidden behind everyday life. Elliot Kane's devices were encrypted, but the FBI cyber unit cracked part of it within hours. They found a chat log labeled "Lesson Plan." It contained dates, locations, and instructions written like a manual. How to stalk, how to use uniforms, how to exploit trust, how to break a witness without leaving obvious evidence. Detective Blake stared at the file, jaw clenched. This wasn't random cruelty, it was training. America is full of people who believe in justice, but it also contains people who believe justice is violence. The chat log included one message that made the room go silent. "After Eric, go for the wife. Public grief builds stronger fear." Melissa heard this and turned pale. Eric squeezed her hand and whispered, "I won't let them touch you." Melissa replied softly, "They already did. They touched my life." The FBI decided to expose the network publicly. Sometimes secrecy protects investigations, but sometimes secrecy protects criminals too. A press conference was scheduled, revealing Grady's arrest and the threat network. Detective Blake stood behind the microphone, speaking carefully. "We are asking anyone with information to come forward." He didn't mention the videos. He didn't mention the targets list. But he knew the criminals were watching, and if they craved attention, this press conference might trigger them. That night, the extremist forum exploded with anger. One post appeared repeatedly, "Make her pay." Melissa read it and felt fear crawl up her spine like ice. The network had been exposed. Now it would respond. The FBI tightened security around Eric and Melissa, but no protection feels perfect after a breach. Melissa began to feel trapped inside safety itself. She couldn't walk outside, couldn't shop, couldn't live.
Eric tried to reassure her, but he was still weak, still haunted. One evening, Eric asked Detective Blake for a private moment. Blake agreed, closing the door gently. Eric's voice was low. "I know something," he said. Blake leaned closer. "Tell me." Eric swallowed hard. They used a phrase. They kept repeating it. What phrase? Eric's eyes tightened. They said, "We're not criminals, we're auditors." Blake froze. Auditors? People who check compliance, people who judge systems. It fit Grady's past perfectly. And it suggested the network was built from former employees who worked in safety, oversight, paperwork, people who knew how investigations function. Blake asked, "Did you hear any names?" Eric nodded slowly. One of them called another Mr. Dalton. That was the first real name outside Voss and Grady. Blake rushed to the FBI database and searched. Several matches appeared, but one stood out. A former corporate security manager named Harold Dalton, fired after accusations of intimidation tactics. His current location was unknown, but his last registered address was in Illinois. Blake stared at the map again. Illinois wasn't far, and the network was spreading. The chase was no longer about one missing husband. It was about dismantling an ideology before it took more lives. In America, ideologies travel faster than people, and once they spread, they're hard to contain.
Agents traveled to Illinois quietly, tracking Harold Dalton through old employment records and financial traces. Dalton didn't have social media. No public photos, no obvious footprint. But people like him always leave one thing behind: connections. They found a former coworker who remembered Dalton's obsession with punishing liars. The coworker said Dalton used to say, "Truth is what protects the company." That mindset was dangerous when turned into religion. The FBI searched for rental properties in Dalton's name. Nothing. Then a break. A storage unit rented under a fake identity, but paid using a card linked to Dalton's old email. The unit was in a town outside Chicago. Agents surrounded it at night. They opened the door slowly. Inside were uniforms, maintenance jackets, security badges, and stacks of burner phones. But the most disturbing item was a printed schedule, like a calendar. On one date, circled heavily, was Melissa's birthday. Not because Dalton wanted to celebrate, because he wanted to strike when emotion was highest. Detective Blake stared at the calendar and felt a wave of anger. These people were using personal milestones as weapons. The FBI found another sheet in the unit, a list titled Audio. Not recordings, just plans. Plans to create episodes of fear. Blake whispered, "They're turning victims into a series." The agents searched deeper and found a laptop, powered off. They took it for analysis immediately. But before they left, one agent spotted something taped to the back wall. A new symbol, drawn larger than before, circle and line, and underneath it a sentence: "The story ends with her." Melissa was the final target. They weren't hiding it anymore.
Back in Ohio, Melissa began to feel something strange, like she was being watched even inside her own thoughts. She couldn't sleep. When she closed her eyes, she saw Eric in the dark van, begging for help. Eric tried to heal, but the healing was slow and uneven. He started therapy sessions, speaking in fragments. Sometimes he cried without knowing why. Sometimes he stared at walls like he was listening to a voice nobody else could hear. Detective Blake visited them and spoke honestly. "This isn't over," he said, "but we're close to the center." Melissa asked, "What's the center?" Blake answered, "The leader." Because networks like this often have one mind behind them, one person who writes the rules and recruits others. That's why Grady acted like a teacher. That's why Elliot called himself a student. Someone was teaching them all to think the same way. The FBI cyber unit finally opened Harold Dalton's laptop. Inside were messages from an account with no name, only a symbol, the circle and line. The messages were short, commanding, and cold. Maintain discipline. Remove weakness. Complete the lesson. One file was labeled Broadcast. It contained a plan for the final live event. Location, a roadside chapel in Kentucky. Time, midnight, 2 weeks from now. It was the same church where they found Eric's photo. Detective Blake felt his pulse spike. That chapel wasn't just a symbol, it was the stage, and the time wasn't random. 2 weeks gave them time to prepare, or time for the network to set a trap deeper than anything before. Melissa heard the plan and whispered, "They want me there." Blake nodded, "And we're going to be there first." The FBI prepared a counter-operation around the roadside chapel. They installed hidden cameras, placed undercover agents, and monitored every road leading in. But they knew something painful. If the network suspected a trap, they could change everything instantly. So the FBI stayed quiet. No press, no leaks, no dramatic announcements. Melissa and Eric were kept in a secure location, but Melissa insisted on being involved. "I won't hide while they decide my life," she said. Blake looked at her with respect and fear. Courage can be beautiful. It can also be dangerous. Eric begged her not to go. "I can't lose you," he whispered. Melissa held his face. "You didn't lose me. They won't take me." In the 2 weeks before midnight, strange things happened. A dead phone was found outside the chapel door, placed neatly. A printed flyer appeared on a nearby pole with the symbol and a phrase, "Attend the final lesson." The FBI removed it, but another appeared the next day. The network was advertising. They wanted an audience. That meant they were confident. Confident enough to invite attention. And confidence in criminals often comes from one thing: preparation. On the final day, Melissa received a message on a secure phone line that shouldn't accept unknown texts. The message was one sentence: "We will hear her voice." Melissa stared at it, hands shaking. Even the FBI's strongest walls felt penetrated again. Detective Blake stared at the message and whispered, "They're inside more systems than we understand." Then he looked at Melissa. "Tonight, we end it," he promised. But his eyes showed the truth. He didn't know how much blood it would cost.
Midnight approached. The chapel sat beside the highway like a forgotten memory, surrounded by trees and quiet fields. FBI agents waited in darkness, hidden behind unmarked cars and silent drones.
Detective Blake listened to his radio, hearing only breathing and short confirmations. Melissa was not physically there. She remained secured miles away, but the FBI prepared a voice recording, ready to play if the network demanded it. They hoped to draw the leader out. At 11:57 p.m., headlights appeared. One vehicle, then another, then a third. Not speeding, not sneaking, arriving like guests at an event. Agents watched as people stepped out, men in ordinary clothes, faces calm, eyes focused. No masks, no fear. It looked like a meeting, a gathering. Then the chapel door opened. A man stepped out slowly, wearing a dark coat and a silver ring with the symbol. He was older than Grady, late 50s, gray hair, posture straight like authority. He raised his hands and spoke to the group. The sound carried through the night. Discipline is mercy. Blake's heart pounded. This was the leader, the architect, the teacher behind the teachers. Blake whispered into the radio. Target confirmed. Agents prepared to move. But before they did, the leader looked toward the tree line, directly toward Blake's hidden position, and he smiled. Not surprised, not afraid, smiling like this was exactly what he wanted. Then he spoke louder. "Welcome, law enforcement. You're just in time." The trap wasn't hidden anymore. It was announced. And that meant something worse. They had already planned for the FBI's arrival. The leader stepped back into the chapel and pressed a switch on the wall. Inside, lights turned on instantly, bright and harsh, illuminating the room like a stage. Cameras, tripods, a microphone stand. A full setup for broadcast. The men outside stood in silence, hands at their sides like soldiers. Detective Blake ordered his team to move in, but before they could, a loudspeaker crackled from the chapel roof. A recorded voice played, Melissa's voice. Not the FBI's recording, a real recording, stolen from a private call. Melissa whispering, crying, begging Eric to survive. The leader spoke over it calmly. America loves her pain. Pain makes truth believable. Blake felt rage flood his chest. They had hacked deep enough to steal Melissa's voice, to weaponize it. Agents rushed forward. Then the ground near the chapel parking area exploded. Not a large blast, but enough to throw dirt and shock through the air. A warning explosion, a control explosion. The leader wanted distance. He wanted the FBI to hesitate, and they did. Because rushing meant stepping into more traps. The leader walked to the chapel doorway again, holding up a phone. On the screen was a live video feed. Melissa, sitting in the secure location. Someone had a camera on her right now. Blake's heart stopped. "How?" he whispered. The leader smiled softly and said the worst words of the entire case. "You thought this was about Eric." He stepped forward, eyes cold. This was always about the one who refused to be quiet. Then he tilted his head slightly and spoke into his phone. "Bring her." Blake screamed into the radio, "Check Melissa now!" But deep down he already knew. If the leader had a live feed, Melissa was already compromised. And if Melissa was compromised, then Eric's rescue had only been the beginning. because the final lesson was starting, and Melissa was the centerpiece.
The secure location went into full emergency lockdown. Agents sprinted through hallways, checking every door, every corner, every camera angle. They found the guard station empty, 2 officers unconscious on the floor. No blood, just chemical sedation, clean and calculated. Melissa's room door was open. The bed was empty. Her phone lay on the pillow, screen still glowing. Detective Blake heard the report over the radio and felt his entire body go cold. Melissa had been taken, again, not because the FBI failed to guard her, but because the network was built for infiltration. Eric, hearing the news, sat up with a sudden burst of strength, eyes wild with terror. "No," he whispered. "No, please." He tried to stand, but his body betrayed him. He collapsed, shaking. Blake closed his eyes for one moment, fighting the urge to punch a wall. He had promised Melissa safety. He had failed. Outside the chapel, the leader's men began to scatter into vehicles, moving with discipline. No chaos, no panic, a planned withdrawal. Blake ordered pursuit, but the roads were dark and the vehicles split in different directions. It became a chase with too many branches, and at the center of it was Melissa, alone, stolen, and now the true hostage. In America, people believe the system protects the innocent, but tonight proved something brutal. A prepared enemy can break even the strongest system. And now the story had turned into its most dangerous phase. Not the rescue of a husband, but the race to save a wife before the final broadcast begins. Detective Blake moved like his body wasn't tired anymore. He didn't feel hunger, sleep, or cold, only urgency. Melissa's disappearance triggered a nationwide alert, but alerts don't stop cars on dark roads. The FBI tracked the chapel vehicles through traffic cameras. Most plates were stolen, some were covered. Still, one camera caught a familiar silver sedan heading east. Elliot Kane's type of move. Blake believed the network was splitting roles again, one group creating noise, another transporting the real prize. Eric stayed under guard, shaking, repeating one sentence, "They'll break her." Blake wanted to tell him they wouldn't, but he didn't trust promises anymore. In America, law enforcement often loses time to bureaucracy, paperwork, jurisdiction, approvals. But tonight, they cut everything. They pushed through state lines with federal authority. At 2:08 a.m., they found the sedan abandoned near a river bridge. The engine was still warm. On the driver's seat lay a disposable phone. One unread message on the screen said, "Deliver to station." Blake stared at it and whispered, "They're moving her to a final location." Then he looked at the bridge and understood the next horror. This wasn't just transport. This was a handoff point, and someone else had already taken Melissa from here. Search teams combed the riverbanks with flashlights and thermal drones. No footprints in the mud, no blood, no signs of struggle. Everything was clean, too clean. That meant one thing. Melissa had been sedated again. Quiet removal, easy transport, no witnesses. A fisherman nearby reported hearing a van door shut around 1:50 a.m. He thought it was nothing.
In the U.S., people hear strange sounds at night and convince themselves it's normal, because fear is exhausting and denial is comfortable. The FBI traced nearby rental van records. One rental stood out, paid in cash, signed with a fake identity, picked up 2 days earlier. Detective Blake spoke to the profiler. "They want a final broadcast," he said. The profiler nodded. "They want the public to feel powerless." At 3:30 a.m., Eric received a call on a secure line. Only one sentence played as a recorded message. "If you love her, confess." Eric's eyes filled with rage and tears. He whispered, "They want me to trade my soul for her body." Detective Blake listened carefully. The background audio contained faint church bells. Not the chapel bells, different ones. And bells narrow locations, because churches aren't everywhere at midnight. Blake ordered a search for nearby towns with active bell systems. It wasn't much, but it was a thread, and threads are how you pull victims back from darkness. Melissa woke in short flashes, like surfacing from deep water. Her head throbbed. Her mouth was dry. Her wrists were tied, but not painfully, tight enough to control, loose enough to keep her alive. She could smell old wood and cold concrete. A faint hum came from somewhere nearby, like machinery running non-stop. She tried to breathe slowly, remembering the FBI's training. Stay calm, listen, count seconds. Then she heard a voice, not close, but inside the building. A man spoke softly, like he was praying. "You are important, Melissa, not because of love, because of resistance." Melissa whispered, "Who are you?" The man stepped into view, face calm, eyes cold. Older, gray hair, silver ring, the leader. He smiled gently. "I am the correction," he said. Melissa's heart hammered. "Where is Eric?" The leader tilted his head. "Eric was a lesson. You are the conclusion." Melissa felt terror rise, but she refused to scream. She said, "You're not a teacher, you're a criminal." The leader smiled wider. "In America," he whispered, "criminal is just a label the winners place on the losers." Then he tapped her cheek lightly, almost affectionate. "Soon," he said, "the country will hear your voice." He walked away, leaving her tied in darkness again. And Melissa understood the truth. This wasn't about revenge anymore. It was about making her a symbol of fear. Detective Blake worked the case like a man racing against a clock only he could hear. He studied every sound from the recorded message again. Bell tone, echo depth, faint generator hum. The profiler suggested something chilling. They might be using an abandoned church school or a closed community building. Those places exist everywhere in America. Shut down, forgotten, still standing. Perfect for hiding a person. The FBI searched property records for churches with attached basements near the River Bridge area. A list of 15 appeared. Blake picked 3 based on distance, road access, and privacy. One building stood out, St. Mauro's Chapel Annex, closed after storm damage years ago. No regular utilities, no staff.
but one neighbor reported hearing a generator at night recently. Blake stared at the report and felt his pulse rise. Generators are loud, they smell, but in rural America, people ignore strange sounds if they don't want trouble. A tactical team prepared to move, but Blake hesitated for one reason: traps. The leader expected pursuit, and an expected raid is the deadliest kind. So Blake changed strategy. He sent one undercover unit first, quiet entry, no sirens, no marked cars. As they approached the building, the agent whispered into the radio, "Lights inside, someone's moving." Blake's chest tightened. Then the agent said the words no one wanted to hear. "Camera facing the door. They're watching us approach." The leader knew. He always knew. And if he knew, Melissa's life might already be in the final countdown.
The undercover agent backed away carefully. If the leader was watching, any sudden move could trigger retaliation. Detective Blake decided on a controlled surround, not an assault. They positioned teams around the annex, cutting off roads, watching windows, scanning for escape routes. A drone hovered above, silent. Through the drone camera, Blake saw a basement window covered with a tarp. That meant something inside mattered. "Melissa." Blake whispered, "Hold." Then, unexpectedly, the annex door opened. The leader stepped out alone, hands visible, calm as a man leaving church after service. He walked forward into the open, smiling. He called out, "Detective Blake." Blake's skin crawled. "How do you know my name?" he shouted back. The leader spread his hands slightly. "I know everyone who matters," he said. Then he raised a phone and spoke clearly. "America, watch." A live stream began. The chat exploded instantly. The leader stood in front of the annex like a preacher. He said, "This is what happens when people confuse truth with virtue." Blake ordered his sniper team to hold. One shot could end it, but one shot could also end Melissa. Then the leader's phone turned, showing the basement. Melissa sat tied to a chair, face pale, eyes open. She looked directly into the camera. She didn't scream, she didn't beg. She simply whispered, "Eric, don't do it." Blake felt his throat tighten, because Melissa was still fighting from inside captivity, and her refusal to break was exactly what the leader wanted the world to witness.
The leader continued speaking into the live stream, voice smooth and controlled. He said, "Witnesses think they are heroes, but heroes create collapse." Melissa stayed silent, breathing shallow, eyes locked on the camera. Detective Blake signaled the cyber team to cut the stream. They attempted, but the stream rerouted instantly through mirror accounts. Too prepared, too layered. The leader's voice carried across the field. "Eric Carter," he announced, "you have 10 minutes to confess publicly, or your wife will become the warning." Eric, watching from the secure medical facility, screamed into the phone line, "Don't touch her." The leader smiled at the sound of Eric's voice coming through the connection. He said, "Good, now confess." Eric started crying, his voice breaking. Melissa spoke softly, steady. "No, Eric, you did the right thing." Eric whispered, "I can't lose you." Melissa's eyes filled with tears, but her voice remained calm. "You won't," she said. "Even if I'm gone, you won't lose what you are." Detective Blake felt something harden inside him. He knew negotiation wasn't enough anymore. They needed an action that ended this, now. He whispered into the radio, "Entry team, prepare basement breach." The bomb technician said, "We might trigger something." Blake answered, "We're already inside the trigger." The entry team moved, quiet and fast, toward the basement window, and the leader, still outside streaming, looked toward the side of the building and smiled again, like he had been waiting for this exact move. Then he spoke one final line into the stream, "Let the lesson begin," and he pressed a button on his phone.
Inside the annex, a loud mechanical click echoed, followed by a hiss. Gas. The entry team froze. Detective Blake shouted, "Masks on!" Agents pulled respirators and rushed the basement window. The tarp was ripped away. Cold air burst out, carrying a chemical smell. Melissa coughed hard, eyes watering, but she stayed upright. The leader stood outside calmly, watching it all like a science experiment. He said into the stream, "They will rescue her, but the rescue will cost them." Blake screamed, "Take him!" 2 agents rushed the leader, but he stepped backward smoothly and vanished behind the annex corner. A hidden door opened, an underground passage. He disappeared like the building swallowed him. The FBI tried to follow, but the passage was narrow, booby-trapped with wires and sharp metal hooks. Inside the basement, agents found Melissa barely conscious, still tied. They cut her loose and lifted her fast, carrying her out into clean air. She gasped, trying to speak. Blake leaned down. "Melissa, can you hear me?" She nodded weakly. Tears streamed down her face as she whispered, "He's not done." Blake tightened his jaw. "Where did he go?" Melissa's eyes fluttered. She managed one word, "Tunnel." The leader's escape was already moving underground, and in America, tunnels exist in places people forget. Old churches, old schools, old war shelters, the kind of hidden architecture that criminals love. Melissa survived, but the leader had slipped away again, and the live stream, still running somewhere, showed only chaos and smoke. The lesson continued, just as he promised. Melissa was rushed to an ambulance, oxygen mask pressed to her face. She held Blake's sleeve and whispered, "Don't chase him alone." Blake nodded, but his eyes were already searching the land behind the annex. The tunnel exit could be anywhere. Agents scanned the property with drones, thermal imaging, dogs. Then a drone operator whispered, "Heat signature, moving near the tree line." Blake ran. 2 agents followed. They spotted a figure moving between trees, coat fluttering slightly in the wind. The leader. He didn't run like a scared man. He walked like a man leaving a meeting. Blake shouted, "Federal agents, stop now!" The leader turned slowly. He smiled, then lifted his hand. A flash, something metallic thrown. A small grenade rolled into the grass, not lethal, but blinding. Smoke erupted instantly, thick and white, covering everything. Blake coughed, eyes burning. He heard movement, then silence. When the smoke cleared, the leader was gone. Only his silver ring remained on the ground, placed neatly like an offering. Blake picked it up with gloved fingers, staring at the symbol. The leader had removed his ring intentionally, meaning he didn't need identity anymore. He had evolved beyond symbols.
He wanted fear to continue without his name. Melissa, in the ambulance, regained enough strength to speak. She whispered, "He wants to be a myth." Blake looked at the ring again. "Then we destroy the myth," he said. Because in America, myths become movements, and movements become violence. But violence can be stopped when people refuse to worship it.
With Melissa safe, the FBI shifted to full network dismantling. They arrested forum moderators, traced funding routes, and seized servers. But the leader remained unseen. He had disappeared into the country like a shadow slipping through open doors. Eric finally reunited with Melissa in a secured room. When he saw her, he broke down completely. He held her like he was afraid she would turn into smoke. Melissa whispered, "I'm here." Eric shook his head. "I thought I lost you." Melissa kissed his forehead gently. They didn't win. Detective Blake watched them and felt something human inside him again. This was why he kept chasing, not for glory, for moments like this. But the case wasn't done. A week later, the FBI received a package at headquarters, no return address. Inside was a USB drive and a single printed page. The page read, "The lesson is forever." The USB contained a video. The leader speaking into a camera, calm and composed. He said, "You can arrest believers, but you can't arrest belief." Then he smiled and added, "And now America knows what fear feels like again." The video ended with a final shot, Melissa's face from the basement live stream frozen into a still frame. Eric saw it and began shaking. Melissa stared at the image and whispered, "He's still watching." Detective Blake held the USB like it was poison, because it meant the leader had enough access to send a message directly into federal hands. He wasn't just escaping, he was taunting. And taunting meant he wanted a response. In America, some criminals don't want to disappear. They want to control how they are remembered.
The FBI refused to give the leader a public response. No press conference, no headline, no statement. Silence was their weapon now. But silence can't erase fear inside a family. Eric and Melissa entered witness protection for a temporary period. New city, new names, a quiet apartment far from highways and old memories. They tried to live again. Eric found small routines, making coffee, walking slowly, breathing through panic. Melissa tried to sleep without checking doors 5 times. But one night, the apartment building fire alarm rang unexpectedly at 2:33 a.m. Everyone evacuated. Melissa held Eric's arm tightly, stepping into the cold street with neighbors. Then she saw it. Across the road, a man stood under a street lamp, watching the crowd. Not hiding, not rushing, just observing. Melissa's breath caught. She whispered, "Blake, he's here." Blake wasn't there, but the FBI security detail followed her gaze. The man turned slightly. His face wasn't clear, but his posture was familiar. Straight, calm, disciplined. He lifted his hand and made a small gesture. Not a wave, a salute. Then he walked away into darkness, blending into the night like he belonged to it. The fire alarm was later confirmed to be triggered by tampering. Someone had forced evacuation intentionally, not to kill, to remind, to prove distance doesn't matter. Eric shook uncontrollably. Melissa began to cry silently, because even in a new name, in a new city, the fear had followed. In America, people say just move on, but moving on is impossible when the past shows up at your door.
Detective Blake received the report and felt anger rise again. He flew to meet Eric and Melissa privately, not as an officer, but as someone who couldn't accept unfinished endings. He told them the truth. We may never catch him, but we can reduce his power. Melissa asked, how? Blake answered by refusing to be silent. Eric struggled with the idea. He didn't want more attention. Attention had nearly killed them. But Blake explained something important. The leader thrived in secrecy. He grew in hidden corners. Exposure was the only light strong enough to weaken him. Eric agreed to testify in federal court about the kidnapping and the network. It was terrifying, but it was also reclaiming. In the courtroom, Eric's voice shook at first, then it steadied. He spoke about the van, the warehouse, the threats. He spoke about refusing to confess a lie. Melissa sat behind him, holding herself together like glass. The judge listened, the jury listened, and outside, America listened too. News coverage spread. People argued online. Some called Eric brave, others called him reckless. But the most important thing happened quietly. Other witnesses stepped forward with their own stories. People from other states, other industries, harassment, threats, stalking. The network was bigger than anyone knew, and Eric's testimony became a match in a dry forest. It lit up hidden crimes. The leader wanted fear to silence people, but fear had done the opposite. It had made people speak, and speaking is how you start destroying a myth. Federal arrests continued for weeks. People connected to the extremist forum were charged with conspiracy, harassment, and intimidation. Some were small players, some were deeply involved, but the leader remained unseen. Still, his system was crumbling. Eric and Melissa returned to therapy. They learned how trauma lives in the body, shaking hands, restless sleep, fear that arrives without warning. But they also learned something else. Survival is not just breathing. Survival is choosing to live again. One evening, Melissa opened her mailbox and found a letter with no stamp. Her blood went cold instantly. She didn't touch it. She called the FBI. Bomb technicians opened it carefully. Inside was only a blank page, except for a small printed symbol in the corner. Circle and line. Nothing else. No threat words, no instructions, just a reminder. Eric stared at it and whispered, "He wants control back." Melissa looked at the blank page and felt something unexpected rise inside her. Not fear, anger. She said softly, "If he wants my attention, he won't get it." She took the page, held it over the sink, and lit it with a match. The paper curled into ash. The symbol disappeared. It wasn't a victory in the legal sense, but it was a personal one. In America, people don't talk enough about small victories, but small victories are how you keep your mind from collapsing. Blake watched silently and nodded, because he knew the leader's greatest weapon wasn't physical, it was psychological, and Melissa had just refused to feed it. Months later, Eric returned to a job. Not the same one. He couldn't go back to construction sites and loud machinery without panic. Instead, he worked quietly in a warehouse office, doing inventory and paperwork. Simple, predictable, safe. Melissa started volunteering at a victim support hotline. She didn't tell callers the full story, but she understood them better than most. One night, a caller whispered, "I think someone is watching me." Melissa didn't dismiss it. She said, "Tell me what you saw. Tell me everything." Because she had learned instincts matter. Detective Blake stayed in contact, checking in monthly like a silent guardian. He never promised they caught the leader. He never lied, but he offered something else: presence. Then, one winter evening, Blake received an anonymous tip through a federal portal. A photo attachment. A man sitting in a diner booth, facing the door. Silver hair, calm posture. No ring visible, but Blake felt it instantly. The caption under the photo read, "I saw him watching people." Location, Arizona. Blake's pulse spiked. The leader had moved far west. New territory, new hunting ground. The FBI shared the photo nationally, flagging it as a high-priority suspect. Within days, more tips arrived. Gas stations, libraries, churches. He was real, not a myth, and he was still moving. But the difference now was important. People were looking. People were noticing. People were talking. In America, attention can be dangerous, but it can also be a shield. Because predators thrive when everyone looks away. And now, fewer people were looking away.
The FBI launched a quiet manhunt. Not public like a TV chase, but steady and patient. They tracked the Arizona sightings, checking traffic cameras and motel records. The leader's pattern remained the same: cash payments, short stays, careful exits. But age changes people. Fatigue creates mistakes. At a rest stop outside Flagstaff, a security camera caught him dropping something: a small metal object, a key. Agents recovered it later and traced it to a storage unit nearby. Unit 14. The same number again, like an obsession he couldn't let go. They raided the unit carefully. Inside were printed court documents and a new target list. But the most disturbing item was a professionally printed script titled "Final Audit." It described a new planned kidnapping, different victim, different state. Eric wasn't the end. Melissa wasn't the end. They were practice for a continuing campaign. Detective Blake stared at the script and felt fury burn through him. This man wasn't done. He wanted to continue forever. Agents searched deeper in the unit and found a map with multiple red circles across the country: California, Texas, Colorado, Georgia. A tour of intimidation, a traveling ideology. But among the papers was one detail Blake didn't expect: a handwritten note. It said, "Too many eyes now. Adjust." The leader was feeling pressure. He was aware of the manhunt. That meant he would change tactics soon. And criminals changing tactics is the most dangerous phase, because it's when they act desperately or violently to regain control. The FBI needed to catch him before he adapted into something worse.
Agents set a trap using the leader's own pattern against him. They leaked a fake court hearing schedule for a whistleblower case in Arizona, hoping he would be drawn to the symbol of truth. The plan worked. A camera outside the courthouse spotted a man with silver hair sitting across the street, watching the entrance like a predator watching prey. Detective Blake arrived with a tactical team, heart pounding. They moved quietly, surrounding the area from multiple angles. The man stood up and began walking away calmly, no rush. But Blake could tell. He sensed them. The man entered a parking garage and disappeared behind concrete pillars. Agents followed, weapons drawn. Then everything went silent. A single voice echoed in the garage. "You're persistent, detective." Blake froze. The leader stepped into view, hands empty, face calm. He looked older up close, lines on his face like carved stone, but his eyes were sharp, awake, cold. Blake shouted, "Get on the ground." The leader smiled faintly. He said, "You think you're saving America." Blake replied, "I'm saving people." The leader's expression changed slightly, almost amused. "You can't save people from an idea," he said. Then he reached into his pocket slowly. Agents tensed. But he didn't pull a gun. He pulled a small paper card and tossed it toward Blake. Blake caught it with gloves. It was a business card. No name, only the symbol and a phone number. The leader turned and walked deeper into the garage. Agents sprinted after him, but by the time they reached the exit, he was gone. A getaway car waited, engine running. The leader vanished into Arizona night traffic like a drop of ink in water. But this time, Blake had something new, a direct number, a direct channel, a bait line. And Blake knew what it meant. The leader wanted conversation. He wanted connection. He wanted control through dialogue. But Blake would use it differently. He would use it to end the story for good.
The FBI traced the phone number carefully. It was a burner, but the leader had made a mistake. He activated it too long before handing it over. The signal touched 3 towers. That was enough to narrow a zone. Agents searched the area for rental cars and motel check-ins within that zone. One motel stood out, paid in cash, room near the back exit, checked in under a fake name. Detective Blake arrived at dawn with his team. No sirens, no lights. They moved like shadows. They breached the room quietly. It was empty, but not untouched. The bed was warm. A half-empty water bottle sat by the sink. The bathroom mirror was fogged slightly, like someone had just showered. He had been there minutes ago. On the table lay a notebook. Blake opened it and saw a single sentence written in neat handwriting. "You're learning." It was meant as praise, like the leader was proud of Blake for chasing properly. That kind of psychology was sick, but it revealed something. The leader enjoyed mentoring even his enemy. Blake's phone buzzed, a text from the burner number. "Meet me. No teams, no guns." Blake stared at it. It was a trap, obviously, but it was also an opportunity, because the leader didn't just want escape, he wanted recognition,
and recognition is what gets narcissistic predators killed or captured. Blake replied with one word, "Where?" A second later, Desert Road, mile 19. Blake looked at the map, a quiet stretch outside town, nothing but dust and sky. He knew it was dangerous, but he also knew the truth. Some stories only end when you step into the place the villain chooses. And this time, Blake planned to bring the ending with him. Detective Blake didn't go alone, even if the leader demanded it. He brought distant support, snipers far enough away to remain hidden, drones high enough to be silent. But Blake walked to the meeting point alone, hands visible, breathing steady. The desert road was empty, air still, sunlight harsh. At mile 19, a black SUV waited, not the original one, a new vehicle. The leader stepped out slowly, no weapon visible. He looked almost ordinary in the morning light. He said calmly, "You came." Blake replied, "You wanted attention. Here it is." The leader smiled slightly. "You still think this is personal," he said. "It's structural." Blake frowned. "You kidnapped people." The leader nodded, "To correct disorder." Blake's voice stayed firm. "You created disorder." The leader stepped closer, eyes cold. "America is built on fear," he whispered. "I just reminded them." Blake felt anger rise but controlled it. He said, "Eric lived, Melissa lived, your myth failed." The leader's smile faded for the first time. He whispered, "They lived because I allowed it." That sentence revealed everything, his need to feel like a god. Blake took one step closer. "Then allow yourself to be arrested," he said. The leader laughed softly. "Arrest is for men who want to keep living," he replied. Then he reached into his jacket again. Blake's heart jumped, but the leader didn't pull a gun. He pulled a small remote switch, similar to Grady's. Blake whispered into his mic, "He's holding a trigger." The leader smiled. "You see, you learn." And then he pressed it. A loud explosion cracked behind Blake, not near him, but far enough to shake the ground. Dust rose in the distance like a sudden storm. It wasn't meant to kill Blake, it was meant to distract the support teams. Blake stayed focused on the leader's hands. The leader stepped backward toward his SUV. "You can't catch me, detective," he said calmly. "You can only follow." Blake raised his weapon but didn't fire. He needed the leader alive to dismantle what remained. A drone operator shouted, "He's moving!" Blake sprinted forward. The leader entered the SUV and slammed the door. The vehicle roared forward, accelerating fast along the desert road. Blake chased in his car, siren off, heart racing. The support units regained focus after the blast and joined the pursuit. But the leader had planned the terrain. He knew every turn, every dirt exit. The SUV suddenly veered onto a rough path leading into a canyon-like area. Dust clouds hid everything. Blake followed, tires slipping, visibility dropping. Then the SUV stopped abruptly. The leader stepped out again, calm, waiting. He wasn't running now. He wanted Blake to arrive closer. He wanted proximity. Blake approached cautiously, weapon aimed. The leader raised both hands slowly. "No more running," he said. Blake's eyes narrowed. Then surrender, Blake demanded. The leader smiled faintly. I didn't bring you here to surrender, he whispered. I brought you here to choose. Blake felt a cold twist in his stomach. Choose what? Then he heard it, a faint ticking sound from inside the SUV, a timed device. The leader had turned the car into a bomb, not to kill Blake directly, but to force him to make a decision, chase or save. Blake shouted into the radio, "Back up! Bomb!" Agents retreated instantly, but Blake stared at the SUV and realized the leader's final move wasn't escape, it was sacrifice, a martyr ending to feed the myth.
The bomb squad screamed instructions through the radio. Blake stood frozen for 1 second, watching the leader's calm face. The leader said softly, "America loves monsters. I'm giving them one." Blake stepped forward carefully. He didn't want this man to die as a legend. He wanted him to die as a criminal, forgotten. Blake shouted, "You're not a symbol. You're just a coward with a plan." The leader's eyes tightened. For the first time, a crack appeared. He hated being reduced. He hated being called ordinary. That was Blake's weapon. Blake continued, voice loud. You needed Eric. You needed Melissa. You needed an audience. Without attention, you're nothing. The leader's calm expression broke slightly. Anger flashed. He took a step toward Blake, forgetting the ticking SUV behind him. And that was the mistake. A sniper shot rang out, not lethal, but precise. It hit the leader's leg, dropping him to the ground hard. Agents rushed in, tackling him, cuffing him, as the ticking grew louder. Blake dragged the leader away from the SUV, pulling with all his strength. The leader laughed through pain. "Too late," he whispered. "It's already written." Then the SUV exploded behind them, a blast of heat and metal. Blake hit the ground, ears ringing, dust filling his lungs. But when he looked up, he saw the leader pinned down, alive, bleeding, captured. Not dead, not legendary, just restrained, just human. Blake whispered, "Now you face court." The leader stared at him, eyes cold, and said one last thing, "Court is another stage." Blake replied, "Not this time," because he understood the final battle wasn't physical, it was narrative, and Blake was determined to take the story away from the monster. Nathan Grady was already in prison. Caleb Voss was in custody. Elliot Kane was arrested. And now the leader, finally captured alive. The network began collapsing like rotten wood. In federal court, the leader refused to give his real name. He called himself the Auditor. But the judge didn't care about myths. The judge cared about charges, kidnapping, conspiracy, terroristic threats, attempted murder. Eric and Melissa testified again, stronger this time. Their voices shook, but they spoke anyway, because speaking was how they reclaimed the truth. Outside the courthouse, reporters asked Melissa one question. "Are you afraid he'll come back?" Melissa looked straight into the camera and answered softly, "He already did, and we survived." Eric stood beside her, hand on her shoulder, steady. Detective Blake watched from behind security lines, feeling something rare. Closure. Not perfect closure,
Not a fairy tale ending, but a real ending, the kind America understands: survival, accountability, and scars that remain. The leader was sentenced to life. No dramatic last words, no applause, just the sound of a gavel and the weight of consequences. Months later, Eric and Melissa moved into a small home far from highways. They planted a tree in their backyard, not as a symbol of forgetting, but as a symbol of continuing, because fear had tried to erase them, and instead they chose to grow.
Life after survival isn't loud. It's quiet. It's small routines and careful breaths. Eric woke up every morning expecting danger, even when the room was safe. He checked the windows before he checked the clock. He listened to footsteps in the hallway like they were warnings. Melissa didn't try to fix him. She simply stayed close. In America, people often expect trauma to fade quickly, like a bad dream that disappears in daylight. But real trauma doesn't obey time. It lives in the body. Eric started therapy twice a week. Some days he spoke. Some days he sat in silence. The therapist told him something simple: "You're not weak. Your brain learned survival." Melissa began attending support groups. She heard stories that sounded like hers, and that made her feel less alone. Detective Blake checked in occasionally, not as a hero, but as a witness to what they endured. One night, Eric admitted, "I still hear his voice sometimes." Melissa squeezed his hand gently and whispered, "Then we'll build a louder one." Because recovery isn't about forgetting. It's about refusing to let fear be the narrator of your life. The federal trials continued for months. Some network members took plea deals. Some denied everything. Some cried in court like they didn't understand how far they had fallen. But the leader remained calm, staring forward as if the courtroom was beneath him. He never apologized. He never admitted guilt. In America, people want criminals to show regret. They want a moment of humanity. But some criminals don't offer that. They offer emptiness. Melissa watched him once from the hallway and whispered, "He looks like a normal man." Detective Blake nodded. That's what makes him dangerous. Eric struggled to sit through testimony. Certain words triggered panic: unit, confession, lesson. Still, he stayed, because leaving would feel like losing again. One afternoon, the prosecutor played a short clip from the extremist forum. Eric's bruised face appeared on screen for just seconds. The courtroom fell silent. The judge ordered it stopped quickly, but the damage remained. Eric breathed through shaking hands and whispered, "They tried to turn me into content." Melissa answered quietly, "And now we turn it into evidence." That difference mattered, because evidence has weight. Evidence becomes consequence, and consequences are the only language people like that truly understand.
After sentencing, the FBI held a final briefing. It wasn't glamorous, no celebration, no victory speeches. Just facts, updates, and reminders that threats don't vanish overnight. Detective Blake returned to Ohio feeling older than when the case began. He had seen too much. Fear used like a tool, Technology turned into a weapon, ordinary buildings hiding extraordinary cruelty. But he also saw something else: people refusing to be erased. Eric and Melissa were offered a permanent relocation option. They accepted. A small town in the Midwest, quiet streets, familiar faces, slower life. They didn't want to live in constant protection forever, but they wanted space to heal. On their final night in the old city, Melissa walked through their empty apartment and touched the half-built bookshelf Eric never finished. She whispered, "We're going to build a new one." Eric stood behind her, hand trembling slightly, but his voice was steady. "I'm going to finish everything," he said. They packed carefully, leaving behind objects that carried fear. Then Melissa found something in the closet, Eric's old winter jacket. The jacket he wore the night he vanished. She held it for a long moment, then folded it gently into a box. Not because she wanted to keep pain, but because she wanted proof that the pain did not win. Sometimes survival is simply choosing to carry your history without letting it carry you.
The new town felt like a different universe. No sirens at night, no traffic cameras on every corner, no constant reminders of danger. Eric and Melissa rented a small house with a backyard and a wooden fence that creaked in the wind. At first, quiet felt suspicious. Eric kept waiting for the next threat. But the threats didn't come. Weeks passed, then months. Melissa started cooking again. Real meals, not just coffee and anxiety. Eric learned how to sleep with the lights off. Not every night, but more nights than before. In America, people love the idea of starting over. But starting over isn't clean. It's messy. It's rebuilding trust in the world, one slow step at a time. Eric joined a local community center group for men recovering from trauma. Some were veterans. Some survived accidents. Some lost family. Nobody judged him. Melissa started volunteering at a crisis hotline in the evenings. Her voice became softer, calmer, trained by pain and compassion. One night, she received a call from a woman whispering, "I'm scared someone's watching me." Melissa didn't dismiss her. She listened. She asked questions. She helped her create a plan. And after the call ended, Melissa sat quietly for a long time, breathing slowly. Because helping someone else didn't erase what happened, but it transformed it into something useful. In a world that tried to break her, Melissa found a way to become stronger and to make strength contagious. Detective Blake returned to his normal workload, but nothing felt normal anymore. He handled domestic cases, theft reports, missing persons alerts. Each file reminded him how fragile ordinary life is. Sometimes he drove past highways at night and remembered that first 911 call, quiet, calm, controlled. Not for long. The words stayed with him. In America, law enforcement officers carry cases inside their bodies long after the case file closes. Blake tried to be present with his family, but his mind often drifted back to the warehouse wall, the notes, the ring. One evening, his wife asked softly, "Are you okay?" Blake didn't lie. "No," he said, "but I'm still here." Months later, Blake received a letter with a federal seal. Inside was a simple statement: "Network officially dismantled." It should have felt like victory, but Blake knew better. Networks collapse, but ideas can rebuild in new places. Still, he allowed himself one breath of relief. He poured a cup of coffee and sat on his porch, watching the sky darken slowly. Then his phone buzzed. A message from Melissa. A photo of a small tree planted in her new backyard. The caption said, "We're growing." Blake stared at the photo for a long time. That tree wasn't evidence. It wasn't a warrant or an arrest, but it was something deeper. It was proof that survival can look peaceful, and peace, after violence, is its own kind of justice.
Eric's nightmares didn't disappear completely. Sometimes he woke up sweating, fists clenched, convinced he was back inside the van. But now, when he woke up, Melissa was there. Not panicking, not shouting, just placing her hand on his shoulder and whispering, "You're home." That word, home, became medicine. Eric began writing again, not for court, not for police, for himself. He wrote about fear, about truth, about the strange moment when you realize your life can be taken without warning. He wrote about the weight of doing the right thing. In America, people often treat whistleblowers like headlines, not humans. Eric wanted people to understand the human part. He didn't publish anything yet, but the writing helped his mind organize chaos into something readable. Melissa started leaving the house alone again. Small trips first, a grocery store, a walk through a quiet park. Her hands still shook sometimes, but she kept walking anyway. One afternoon, she stood at a bookstore and found a shelf labeled True Crime. She stared at it for a long time. It felt strange seeing pain turned into entertainment. She didn't judge the readers, but she promised herself something. If her story ever became content, it would not be content that glorified the monster. It would be content that honored the survivors. Eric came up behind her and asked softly, "Are you okay?" Melissa nodded. Then she whispered, "We're not a warning anymore." Eric squeezed her hand. "No," he replied, "we're proof." The first anniversary of Eric's rescue arrived quietly. No public memorial, no news coverage, just a date circled in Melissa's mind like a bruise that still existed under the skin. Eric woke up that morning feeling heavy. Melissa didn't push him to be cheerful. She made coffee, cooked breakfast, and sat with him in silence. Later, they drove to a small lake outside town. The wind was cold, but the water looked calm. Eric stared across it and whispered, "I thought this date would feel like freedom." Melissa replied softly, "It is freedom. It just doesn't feel clean." They walked along the shore slowly, step by step. Eric stopped and looked at Melissa. "I'm scared it'll happen again," he admitted. Melissa held his face gently. "It won't be the same," she said, "because we're not alone anymore." That was true. They had federal support, community support, and their own strength. But fear doesn't always respond to logic. Fear responds to love, patience, and time. That afternoon, Eric wrote one final sentence in his notebook. "I did not disappear. I returned." Melissa read it and smiled through tears. In America, the world moves fast. People forget stories quickly. But for survivors, time moves differently. It moves in small steps, and every small step is an act of courage. One evening, Eric received an email from a journalist. The subject line read,
Your story could help people. Eric stared at it for minutes before opening. The journalist wanted an interview for a national segment about witness intimidation. Eric felt sick at the thought. Media attention once fueled the network. But Melissa encouraged him gently. "Tell it on your terms," she said. Eric agreed with conditions. No sensational music, no dramatic edits, no glorifying the criminals. The interview happened in a quiet studio. Eric sat under warm lights, speaking slowly. He didn't describe torture in detail. He described choices. He described fear and the moment he decided not to confess a lie. The host asked, "Why didn't you just say what they wanted?" Eric paused, voice calm but emotional. "Because if I lied," he said, "they would win twice." Melissa watched from the side of the room. Her eyes filled with tears, but she stayed steady. The segment aired the next week. Thousands of people messaged Eric online. Some thanked him. Some shared their own experiences. Some said they never realized harassment networks existed beyond the internet. In America, many threats hide behind screens until they touch real lives. Eric's interview pulled that hidden world into daylight. And daylight matters. Because predators rely on darkness. After the segment, Eric felt exhausted but lighter. He told Melissa, "I didn't feel like a victim on camera." Melissa smiled softly. "You weren't," she said. "You were a witness." And being a witness in the purest sense is a form of power. Detective Blake saw the interview and felt something tighten in his chest. He wasn't used to seeing cases turned into television, but this time it felt different. It wasn't entertainment, it was warning, education, and accountability. Blake emailed Eric a short message, "You did good." Eric replied with 2 words, "We survived." Those words stayed with Blake all day because survival is a group effort. Police, victims, families, strangers who give tips, even the quiet gas station clerk who noticed Eric. America is large and often disconnected, but sometimes small human decisions create rescue. A few weeks later, a young officer in Blake's department asked him about the case. "What did you learn?" the officer asked. Blake didn't answer quickly. Then he said, "Don't underestimate calm evil." He explained how the captors didn't scream, they didn't act reckless, they acted disciplined, and discipline is what made them dangerous. That night, Blake looked at his family dinner table and felt grateful for something basic, ordinary life. He understood now that ordinary life is not guaranteed. It is protected by choices, by vigilance, by courage. Melissa's tree photo stayed saved on his phone. He looked at it sometimes when his mind felt heavy, because that tree represented something the network could never steal: growth. The leader wanted to create fear that lasted forever, but fear doesn't always win. Sometimes it becomes fuel for courage, and courage spreads quietly, like roots underground. Eric and Melissa eventually visited Ohio again, but only briefly. They needed to close a door that remained half open in their minds. They drove past the old highway mile marker where the 911 call began. Snow covered the roadside again, like the world trying to erase what happened. Melissa stepped out of the car, breath visible in cold air. She looked at the empty road and whispered, "This is where they tried to end you." Eric stood beside her, shoulders tense. He said quietly, "This is where I chose to survive." They didn't stay long. They didn't need to. Sometimes closure is just standing in the place of trauma and leaving on your own terms. They drove to the Ridgeway Motel next. The motel looked smaller than Melissa remembered. Cheap lights, worn doors, silence that felt heavy. Eric stared at it and shivered. Melissa held his hand and said softly, "We're not trapped there anymore." In America, highways are symbols of freedom. But for Eric, the highway became a reminder of vulnerability. Still, he drove away without looking back. That mattered, because leaving is a kind of victory, too. Later, Melissa mailed a letter to Rachel, the 911 operator. She wrote, "Your call mattered. Your instincts mattered." Rachel replied with one sentence, "I'm glad you found him." And in that simple exchange, Melissa felt a strange peace. The chain of survival was long, but every link counted. Rachel Turner, the 911 operator, carried the call for years. She often wondered what happened after the line went dead. When she learned Eric survived, she cried alone at her desk after her shift. Not loudly, just quietly, like relief finally finding a place to land. She wrote to Melissa once and said, "I'm sorry I couldn't do more." Melissa responded, "You did enough. You listened." Listening saved time. Time saved a life. In America, emergency operators hear countless calls, some false, some chaotic, some heartbreaking. But Rachel's call became a reminder. Calm voices can still be dying voices. Rachel began training new operators with a new emphasis. When something feels wrong, she told them, trust that feeling. Eric and Melissa didn't become famous. They didn't seek spotlight, but their case changed procedures quietly. The State Patrol improved highway response protocols for suspicious calls. Hospitals updated badge scanning systems after the breach. Even motel managers in the region were given training about suspicious guest patterns. Small changes, but small changes protect future people. That's how America often improves, not through perfect systems, but through lessons paid for in pain. Eric hated that truth, but he also accepted it. One night he told Melissa, "If what happened to me prevents it from happening to someone else, then it's not meaningless." Melissa nodded, tears in her eyes. "It will never be worth it," she whispered, "but it can still matter." That's the strange balance survivors learn. You don't justify the trauma, you transform it into protection.
The leader, now imprisoned, tried to communicate from behind bars. Letters to court officials, notes to journalists, messages disguised as legal filings. He still wanted attention. But the FBI learned the best punishment for someone like him wasn't violence. It was silence. They blocked contact attempts, limited privileges, and monitored everything. In prison, he became just another inmate. No stage, no audience. And that kind of invisibility is torture for a man who believed he was a teacher. Eric was told about these attempts, but he refused to read the letters. "I won't let him live in my head," he said. Melissa agreed. They had spent too long being controlled by someone else's narrative. They chose a different one. They focused on building a life, bills, cooking, walks, laughter returning slowly. Some nights were still hard. Sometimes Eric woke up shaking. Sometimes Melissa cried without warning. But they learned to sit with it without letting it own them. In America, mental health conversations are improving, but many still feel ashamed of needing help. Eric refused shame. He attended therapy openly. He talked to friends about triggers, panic, and recovery. And slowly, he became someone other men could learn from. Not the leader's kind of lesson, a human lesson. A lesson about endurance. One evening, Eric looked at Melissa and said, "They wanted to make me a warning." Melissa replied, "Instead, you became a map." "A map?" Eric asked. "A map out," she said. "Out of fear, out of silence, out of isolation." And that was true. Survival didn't just bring them back, it gave them direction.
A year later, Eric and Melissa hosted a small gathering in their backyard. Just neighbors, a few friends, simple food, warm lights hanging between trees. No speeches, no dramatic storytelling, just normal life reclaimed. Eric grilled quietly, smiling when someone laughed at his joke. Melissa poured drinks and watched the scene like it was something sacred, because it was. Ordinary moments become sacred after you nearly lose them. Detective Blake visited briefly, wearing casual clothes instead of a badge. He stood beside Eric and said, "How's the sleep?" Eric nodded, "Better." Blake looked around and said softly, "You built a good place." Melissa overheard and smiled. Later, as the sun set, Melissa walked toward the tree they planted months ago. It had grown slightly taller, new leaves, new strength. She touched the trunk gently and whispered, "We're still here." Eric joined her and took a deep breath. "I still get scared," he admitted. Melissa replied, "So do I." Eric looked at her. "Then why does it feel lighter?" Melissa answered, "Because fear isn't driving anymore. It's just riding." That night, when the guests left, Eric and Melissa sat on the porch together. Silence didn't feel threatening anymore. It felt peaceful. In America, people chase big victories, but sometimes the biggest victory is small. A quiet porch, a safe night, and the ability to breathe without waiting for footsteps. Eric eventually finished the bookshelf. It was a simple piece of furniture, nothing fancy, but to Melissa it felt like a monument. Not a monument to pain, a monument to continuation. He placed family photos on it, including one taken at the lake on the anniversary. The photo showed them standing close, wind behind them, eyes tired but alive. Melissa framed it and smiled whenever she passed. In the background, life continued. The legal case became history. The news moved on. A new tragedy became the next headline. That's how America works, fast, constant, hungry for new stories. But Eric and Melissa didn't need national attention anymore. They needed stability. Melissa continued hotline work, now training volunteers. She taught them to listen deeply, to take fear seriously, to never dismiss someone's instincts. Eric started speaking quietly at local safety workshops, sharing his experience without naming the criminals. He focused on accountability, preparation, and human courage. One man approached him after a talk and said, "I thought being strong meant not being scared." Eric replied softly, "Being strong means doing it anyway." Melissa heard that and felt pride spread through her chest. Because Eric wasn't hiding, he wasn't broken, he was rebuilding in public, slowly, honestly. In America, people often admire survivors but don't understand what survival costs. Eric made them understand without sensationalism. And that's what made his voice powerful. Not loud, not dramatic, just real.
One day, Melissa received another message from Rachel, the 911 operator. Rachel wrote, "I'm training new people now. I tell them about your call." Melissa replied, "Tell them to listen for quiet fear." Quiet fear. That phrase stayed with Melissa, because her own fear had been quiet too. Silent shaking, silent tears, silent nights staring at locked doors. Eric, reading the exchange, nodded slowly. "They use quiet fear because it's invisible," he said. Melissa replied, "Then we make it visible." They began speaking at small community events, not as celebrities, but as citizens. They told people about safety without panic. Trust your instincts, watch patterns, report suspicious behavior, support victims. In America, community trust is fragile, but it can also be powerful when people choose to connect. After one event, a young woman approached Melissa and whispered, "I think my ex is stalking me. Everyone says I'm overreacting." Melissa looked her in the eyes and said, "You're not overreacting, you're noticing." She helped the woman contact resources and build a safety plan. When the woman left, Melissa exhaled deeply. She didn't feel like she was reliving trauma. She felt like she was redirecting it, turning pain into prevention. Eric held her hand and whispered, "We're breaking their legacy." Melissa nodded. "They wanted fear to spread," she said. "Now protection spreads instead." And that was the best revenge, not harm, not hatred, but healing that refuses to be quiet.
Years later, the case remained in training manuals, not because it was famous, but because it showed how organized intimidation can hide inside ordinary America. It reminded investigators to take small clues seriously: a key card, a symbol, a calm voice. Detective Blake eventually received a promotion, but he didn't feel proud in the usual way. He felt responsible. Responsibility is heavy. He carried it well. Eric and Melissa built a life with scars that didn't disappear, but softened at the edges. Some nights, Eric still woke up and checked the windows, but he didn't shake as much. Melissa still locked the door twice sometimes, but she didn't feel ashamed of it. Safety habits aren't weakness, they're wisdom. In America, people celebrate bravery like it means fearlessness, but real bravery includes fear. It includes trembling hands and still choosing to move forward. One autumn, Eric and Melissa took a road trip for the first time since the kidnapping. It was short, just a few hours, but it mattered. Eric gripped the steering wheel, breathing slowly as the highway opened ahead. Melissa played soft music and kept her voice calm. When they passed a mile marker, Eric flinched slightly. Then he exhaled and kept driving. He whispered, "I own the road again." Melissa smiled and squeezed his hand gently. "Yes," she said, "you do." In that moment, the highway stopped being a threat and became what it was always meant to be, a path forward. On the 5th anniversary, Melissa visited a local school to speak about safety and resilience. She didn't describe violence. She described awareness. She told the students that most danger doesn't arrive with a loud warning. It arrives with subtle patterns, unfamiliar cars, repeated sightings, strange messages. She taught them to trust themselves and to ask for help. After the talk, a teacher pulled her aside and said, "We don't tell stories like yours enough." Melissa nodded slowly. "In America," she said, "we love big heroes, but we forget the small survivors." That night, Eric and Melissa sat together on their porch again. The tree in the backyard had grown tall enough to cast a shadow now. Eric watched its leaves move in wind and whispered, "It's bigger than I thought it would be." Melissa smiled softly. "So were we," she replied. Eric laughed quietly, the sound still surprising to them. They remembered the fear, but it no longer owned every breath. They remembered the highway, but it no longer felt like a curse. Detective Blake sent a brief message, "Thinking of you today." Eric replied, "We're okay." That message was the truest ending they could ask for. Not perfection, not forgetting, just okay. In the U.S., people chase happiness like it's always loud. But sometimes happiness is simply quiet safety. A calm night, a locked door, a loved one beside you, and the knowledge that you made it through. Even after the network was dismantled, small copycats appeared online. A few anonymous accounts posted the symbol, trying to revive the myth. But the response was different now. People reported them quickly. Platforms removed them faster. Law enforcement took threats more seriously. The fear had sparked vigilance. Eric and Melissa watched it from a distance, refusing to let it pull them back into obsession. Their lives were no longer controlled by strangers with hidden cameras. One day, Melissa received a handwritten letter from a woman in Indiana, Janet Holloway. Janet wrote, "You saved me without even meeting me. They warned me, and your story made me believe it." Melissa cried quietly reading it, not from fear, but from meaning. Eric read it too, and whispered, "This is what they didn't understand." Melissa looked at him. "What?" "They thought they were teaching a lesson," Eric said, "but they taught people to protect each other." That truth mattered, because even the darkest event can create a chain of connection. In America, isolation is common. People live close but feel far apart. But survival stories can pull strangers together, and community is the strongest antidote to organized fear. Eric and Melissa continued living quietly, but their impact traveled, not through fame, through conversation, through warning, through support. The leader wanted terror to spread like a virus. Instead, awareness spread like a vaccine. And that is how ordinary people defeat extraordinary cruelty, not with violence, but with unity. One winter night, Eric sat at his desk and opened the notebook he kept since recovery. He read old pages filled with shaking handwriting, fear written in ink. Then he turned to a blank page and wrote slowly, "I am not what they tried to make me." He stared at the sentence for a long time. Melissa walked in quietly and asked, "What are you writing?" Eric smiled softly. "A different ending," he said. Melissa sat beside him and rested her head on his shoulder. Outside, snow fell gently, the same kind of snow that covered the Ohio highway the night Eric vanished. But tonight, the snow didn't feel like silence hiding danger. It felt peaceful. Eric whispered, "Do you ever think about what would have happened if Rachel didn't take the call seriously?" Melissa answered quietly, "Then we wouldn't be here." Eric nodded. Small decisions saved them. Listening, reporting, moving quickly, caring. In America, people sometimes feel powerless against evil. But this story proved the opposite. Power often lives in small, ordinary actions. Eric closed the notebook and said softly, "I want to live like that now." Melissa smiled. "Then we will," she whispered. And they sat together in quiet warmth, not waiting for danger, but accepting peace. Years later, Eric and Melissa were no longer defined by the case file. They were defined by their life. They had arguments about groceries, laughter over silly movies, quiet mornings with coffee and sunlight. They still carried scars, but scars aren't chains. They are reminders of strength. Detective Blake retired eventually, leaving behind a career full of stories he never told publicly. But Eric and Melissa's story remained the one he held closest, because it proved something rare. The system can be broken, but it can also fight back. Truth can be punished, but it can also survive. In America, people love endings that tie everything neatly, but real life doesn't tie neatly. Real life continues, and that continuation is the greatest victory. One spring afternoon, Melissa stood under the tree they planted and watched its branches move in the wind. Eric came behind her and wrapped his arms around her gently. She whispered, "Do you think we're safe?" Eric kissed her forehead and answered honestly, "We're safer, and we're awake." Melissa smiled, tears in her eyes. That was enough, because safety is not just locks and guards. Safety is awareness, community, and love that refuses to be broken. And in the end, that love became louder than any lesson meant to destroy them.
If this real-life inspired American story kept you awake, imagine what happens next in the full series. More clues, more danger, and a final truth that changes everything. For more true stories like this, please subscribe now and don't miss the next audio.